The Out There channel.
Please sub and share.
Searching for the truth. UFOs, aliens, greys and ufology. Real images, real stories, real videos, real cases, researched and investigated by professionals in the field and cutting-edge discoveries.
What's going on?
Multiple witnesses, abduction accounts brought to you by Team The Out There channel. Good to be back. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Action. Action.
Yo, yo. See you, Shogun. You might be the only one that shows up. We're gonna sack all those lurkers. Okay. We're up and running, I think. Wee bit late, couple of minutes. What is it? Probably 10 minutes. Anyway, it's good to see you, Shagan. What time is it there in UK at the moment? Does the audio coming out alright? I think it is. Sounds alright this end. So we should be live on 6 platforms: Twitter, X, YouTube, Twitch, Rumble, Pilled, and Odyssey. And we're carrying on from where we left off last time. I'll just post around a few things. Did I open it up here? Yeah. Let's see how the eyes go today. I got an eye appointment Tuesday, so let's see how it goes. I've got a few things I have to do here before we can carry on. How's it going, Shogun? You're not talking. You want to come on voice, maybe? That would be second time ever if you do. Where's Pint? Yeah, so I posted up now. Free for all. You probably should have it bookmarked by me now. So anyone wants to come on voice, be civil, no trolling, have your clothes on, no doing nude stuff, no being bad, else you get blocked forever. No coming back. So yeah, there's a link to join the room. And if you're new to Jitsi, it's better than all the other crap out there, including what's the one they kept promoting? A lot of what was it called? Used to be Hangouts, but that's garbage. That went to Garbage City. That did. It was called, what was it called? Soon, that's the name. Zoom is a bunch of garbage too. Can't beat Jitsi. But yeah, if you want to download it for your phone app, there's a link there. Unless you got Shogun's phone, which is memory full, which means you can't do much on it. Yeah. Yeah, I bought 64 meg ROM second-hand phones straight off the shelf of AliExpress for $200. So what's that? UK £100. And it still works perfectly fine. Sony phone. Although the mic on it's pretty crap, I think. The camera's good. The microphone on it's over amped somehow. But the battery still worked for a year. So basically it's old stock they never sold before the new model come out. So they hock it off to China, and China sells it as cheap as they can, while making a profit, of course. And I think it, $200 is pretty fair for a couple of year old phone. Everybody wants the latest models, right? Yeah, I've pretty much run everything on it. But I chose a phone that I could super user, put root on it, so that means I could do anything on it I wanted to. A lot of them don't come with that option built into the system still, where you can say enable super user. A lot of the Chinese TV boxes do, though. They give the option now to install Magic, as it's called, or super user, without having to muck around with all the complicated stuff, which is basically what Google should do anyway, but they won't do that because they like everything from America likes to be in control of you and what your phone does. Hey, let's see how much my comments are not scrolling up again. Hey, we got Michael King popping on. How's it going? What's the time there at the moment? Shogun was on, but he disappeared. I was asking him to come on voice. So anyone that comes on voice. So why don't you come on voice and tell your story again, Michael? That would be good. The links are above there. If you scroll up. Who's out there? Anybody? I better check the other things. They're all running at the same time, I think. Got to pause them. I don't want the preview windows. Let's see. X is probably doing a preview. Yep. Get some CPU back. Disabling that. Pill to be doing a preview too. Yep. Don't want that. So here we got out on the Unpilled at the moment. 2 watching it reckons, or 2 pass by. Where's the... I'll just reload that again. Where's all the red eye disappeared to? I've then been playing around with it again. Normally it's a red eye, and currently watching... That's not there anymore. I can't see it. Live. Looks like they've been changing it again. Yeah, doesn't say who's watching. It's just got view 2, but it hasn't got a watching icon anymore. Kind of weird. Rumble. Who we got out there? It's normally a couple on there, up to 9 sometimes, 3 at the moment. Had a like there. and promote it, guys. It always helps. And Odyssey, normally no one shows up there, but we might get one. Zero on that one. Twitch. What's that say? Zero. Zero on Twitch. What do we got here? Just me. Just my comments. Yeah, all that's working alright. Just reload that. Okay, there we go. That's looking better. Yeah, we can get on with it then. You come in on voice at all? Maybe a bit later. Okay. I thought I'd have an easy time. Let you do all the hard work. That would be good, wouldn't it? I need probably another co-host, really, so I can sort of have a break at times, you know. But yeah, as the ways it's going, makes it really hard to keep going, really. Fighting YouTube all the time to try and get views, even on shorts, constantly fighting that all the time. Twitter has constant drama. So yeah, I've got more to cover next live show on Monday. Anyway, we'll just kick it off then. I think we're all up and running. We'll just let people show up. Where did we get to? We'll just go through stuff, won't we? This one here. What's the title of it again? Someone was asking who's been abducted or something. I think we got halfway through it or something. So we better check that we haven't been sabotaged. God, we did get through quite a bit. What's it like to be abducted by aliens? Well, you really could put in abducted full stop. I can guess it's not going to be a really nice experience. I'd say humans are probably more brutal than aliens. At least they knock you out. Well, yeah, you can imagine bonk over the head by a human and duct tape and what is it? Cable ties. How do you know it's not a hallucination? Pain, I guess. Do you suffer pain when you're hallucinating? I don't think so. Let's find out. Do you feel pain of hallucinating? I probably typed it in wrong, but anyway, we'll see what happens. Sensory experience involves seeing, hearing, tasting, smelling, or feeling something that isn't there. Yeah, but do you feel pain is what we wanted. Make you feel pain. Okay, let's see. The latter theory become more prominent and establishes two types of synestopathic hallucinations, namely painful or parasitic. No, that's not it. Paraesthetic. Whatever that is. Patients that experience painful type of sensopathic hallucination felt that their organs were stretched apart and twisted. It's not really the same thing though, is it? Pain, like being stabbed or a needle. or being held down. What are the types of hallucinations? Let's see. I don't see anything about feeling. Tactile, I suppose, is what they call, is it? Gustatory. You can bet they can come up with everything under the sun for this. I suppose my zoom's not working. No, let's do an up and down on the browser. Let's fix that up. So that's what I hate. The browsers take over the horizontal scroll. And it takes it away from a magnifier. And there's no way to get around that. It's really annoying. Now it's working. See? That's what should happen. You can see it's fighting the browser. Okay, so visual we know, audio we know, olfactory. I'm sick of having these olfactory hallucinations. This involves smelling odors. Why is it not called smelly hallucination then? Yeah, look, it's fighting my magnifier, damn thing. Tactile refers to... Come on, stop fighting me. Person's senses are being touched when they're not. Yeah, I suppose that's when you get like a little nervous, a little tick in your leg or something, isn't it? Where you feel a little itch. Although, when you think about it, little bacteria biting a living cell causes an itch, doesn't it? But sometimes your nerve endings go jig, 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 I've noticed, in limbs, especially fingers or toes sometimes. Gust. Person to taste something. Isn't it the same as the other one? I don't know. Odors, taste. I didn't really say much there, did it? Why do I feel pain when I see it? Pain when seeing pain. It's not the same thing, is it? That's when you like watching some sort of horror movie and you can feel the pain that they're feeling, I guess. You can hallucinate something visually, believing you are seeing something. Psychology. Come on. Yeah, I still can't read it that far away. That's terrible. Like visual or audio sensation, the body sensation, pain informs us about the world, or at least our experience in it. After I touch a hot plate, damaged cells from my fingers sent signals through my spinal cord to the main brain. Yeah, remove your hand from the thing, but it's probably too late by then. Your cells are not sending signals anymore because they're cooked. Anyway. Doesn't sound like it's pain in the normal sense of pain. Like if you're being abducted and stabbed or punched. I don't think you can hallucinate aliens punching you, stabbing you. But it does say there that you can have the sense that your limbs are being stretched, I guess. Or your organs are, at least. Whatever that means. I don't know. But yeah, as we went through last time, there are reasons why you could know you're not hallucinating. Other people could see it happening at the same time. Like family members or a friend that's staying over or whatever. Or they might be able to hear something going on, but they can't move themselves. What was the other things? Hallucination. In daytime, you're less likely to be hallucinating if you've not come out of a sleep. I'd say so. Although you can have daydreams, can't you? Yeah, where do we get to on this? So who's with us at the moment? Apart from Michael. Bloody browser's fighting us. So I think we got down to there, didn't we? So I'll just have a laugh at some of these other answers, I guess. Where did we get to? Sick of Men on Earth. London actress. What's that doing there? Hopes to normalize inter-species dating. Sounds like a whack job. Yes, recently such a claim turns out to be of Abby Beta, a UK London actress. Never heard of her. YouTuber. She claims an alien swept her into its flying object and right off her feet. I bet she's done a wee bit of drugs in her life. To find his soulmate, London actress Adobe Beta. Adobe, what am I saying? Adobe Beta. That'd probably be a better name for her. Looked into the skies. She claims that she fell for an alien after it swept her into its UFO and right off her feet. Sounds like a attention-seeking whore. Bored by the pandemic, yeah, there we go, and unimpressed by the offerings on Earth, Beta explained that she joked online about wanting an alien to abduct me. So some guy got hold of a UFO car and abducted it off the street. Okay. Before long, she began to have dreams of a white light. And then on May the 31st, Beta says, this has got to be a UK rag thing, surely. I can't be bothered reading all that crap out. Most might be alarmed by such a turn of events. I couldn't see them clearly, and they telepathically said I'm not ready to see them. There was one who connected with me. Sounds almost like the same whack job idiots that run in the UFO field that are on Twitter with crazy stories like this, right? I wonder if she went into a tunnel and saw purple aliens. There was one who connected with me, she gasped, describing the feeling as being in love since 100 times. Love 100 times. What's that even mean? Man, she likes to talk. Okay, enough of that one. I ain't wasting time on that one. We want the serious stuff. Formal SW. What's that mean? And OS management software and okay. So this is a computer guy. For that, one should condition oneself regularly to check in which reality one finds oneself. Sounds like they're playing too much virtual game, and when one then has a super weird experience, one has an increased chance of remember to perform that check. Doesn't sound like these ones are very serious. These are ones that just answering it. And we want people that have actually experienced something here. I'm just trying to find where we left off. And then work downwards. Maybe it was around about here. See, that looks like someone else that's being stupid, right? Happens every third Thursday. Sag blog and what? Moonvescalec arrived in their FTL, fast and light saucer. So we'll start with one of them anyway. I think it must be around about here that we finished last time. So let's start with that one there and just work downwards then. Yes, I think we might have read this one, but we'll find out. In 1977, a friend and I were wilderness camping. State Park, Devils, yeah, that's Devil's Den guy, isn't it? Lovelace seems to ring a bell. Yeah, we have read that one before, haven't we? Let's see. As we were debating what we were, they moved. What they were, they moved. By sundown, we were settled into our campsite. We were on an air mattress waiting for our fire. Actually, instead of me trying to... Let's see if we can get this damn reader working. Oh, it's probably going to be a disaster though. Let's see. I probably could do it in chunks though. There's quite a lot there, isn't it? Yeah, this one looks familiar.
Skip to content. Skip to search. Sign in.
You dumbass.
What's it like to
machine.
be abducted by aliens? How do you know it's not a...
And now it's gone right at the beginning again. That's so stupid. I've just got the picture there, so we got a reference point anyway. I want to go there, you dumb crap machine.
Not a...
No, it's not going to
Hallucination? All related, 44. Sort. Sundown, we were settled into our campsite. We were on air mattresses waiting for our fire to burn out before going into the tent for the night. We were discussing killing the fire and going to bed when he saw 3 stars in a tight triangle sitting low in the western sky. We were both familiar with aircraft lights and knew there was nothing in our inventory that had lights configured in a triangle.
Duh.
As we were debating what they were, they moved. They maintained...
Well, how come you got then wing lights and landing lights that form a triangle? So that doesn't make sense. And you don't have planes flying on the side. You don't have TRB-3s flying on the side. So, yeah. Michael, did you see that video just before Eclipse with the big shadow going across? Yeah, I covered all that on Monday, mate. Today is not about debunking and videos. It's about aliens. Abduction cases continued. That big shadow is called the moon. Yeah, it's the moon, and because the Earth is curved, it stretches the shadow of the moon to an elongated type shape. Anyway, we'll cover all that on Monday. My Monday or your Sunday. Anyway, carry on here.
Maintained their triangle configuration and rotated once, as if on an axis. We watched as they began a slow ascent straight up.
I think you're talking about this thing that could be CGI, the video that only one person managed to record. So yeah, I could be covering all that on Sunday.
Up. As they gained altitude, the three stars spread apart but stayed equidistant to one another. It moved slowly at first, but picked up its speed as it climbed. It was also growing in size. We noticed that as it moved across a field of stars, they would blink out for a moment and then blink back on when it had passed. So, we knew the area between the stars was one solid object. What we saw was an enormous triangle. It was as large as a 5-story office building. It came to rest about 30 feet over our heads. We were both abducted that evening and somehow placed back into our tent.
See, I'm just right about this story here. You're seeing 3 lights approaching you. That means that it's angled upwards, right? Really, you should just see no lights until it's right above you when you're looking up to see the stars and it's blocking out the stars, right? Or you should see the lights of maybe a row of windows or other lights, right? So this is why I always wonder about some of these stories that maybe they're making it up. Because, yeah, if you saw a triangle craft coming to you, it's going to be flying level. And you're not going to see the underneath of it until it's almost above you, right? So if they said, oh, at first we didn't see anything, and then we saw some lights, and then once it was right over us, then we saw these 3 lights in a triangle formation, that would make more sense as a story to me. But anyway, we'll just go through it.
We watched the thing lift off and float straight up at about the speed of a hot air balloon.
So again, they're just telling you there, once it's right over the top of them, it goes straight up, right? So why would it be coming towards them in a triangle formation?
Balloon. We were too afraid to leave the tent until a half hour after we were sure it had gone. We sprinted to my car and fled, leaving everything at the campsite except for a flashlight, my wallet and car keys. We both suffered.
And yet, I didn't get any photographs of it.
Suffered from second-degree burns and dehydration. I spent a couple nights in the hospital and a month off duty before I was fully recovered. It was a few months later before the nightmares began. After I finished my enlistment in college, I attended law school at Western University of Michigan and began a legal career. I never told a soul about what happened to us that evening. I was afraid of losing my job and damaging...
Now that was the 2 guys that went camping to film eagles, wasn't it, with cameras? We skipped some of that because we're having trouble getting it going. 22-year-old NCO in the USAF. There you go. I was an amateur photographer, and yet we got no video or photographs. Yeah, so we did cover this one last time, I think, or we covered it on another page.
Damaging my good name in the legal community. I retired in 2012 from the state of Vermont as an assistant attorney general working in healthcare regulation. I waited another 6 years before speaking out and publishing an account of what happened on Amazon in March 2018. The book is Incident at Devil's Den. What was it like? 40 plus years later, I still wake up screaming once or twice a year. It was the most frightening event of my life and changed me in many ways. Anyone who has had an encounter with one of these things, whether or not they were abducted, will agree. It changes a person. Below is a drawing I made in early 1978, about 7 months after the event. If you look low and to the left, you will see the two of us, my car and the tent. I tried to draw it to scale, but the drawing doesn't accurately convey its size. There were light panels on all 3 sides that ran from the top to the bottom. It was as tall as a 5-story office building and a city block long on each side.
Now, I got a feeling Earl did this case on MUFON. Because I remember that drawing, and I thought he was the one to bring the original drawings of it. But yeah, they're talking about 3 light sources, right? Light source there, underneath. So where's the other light source? Light panels at all 3 points. So they're saying they saw these 3 lights, then that would make more sense. That they saw 3 lights coming towards them, that would make more sense in that story then. And it's only got 1 light underneath. But what's all these row of things here? I got a feeling that we did cover that with Earl Grey. It was called Weird Alien Abduction Accounts, I think, or something like that we called it. Let's see if we can find it. Pretty sure it's the same story. Unfortunately, he won't be coming on the channel again because he's changed his stance on only doing commercial TV stuff now and not podcasts. Which I think is missing the point, because you want to get the average Joes more connected with MUFON. And the best way to do that is through average Joes on podcasts, right? And that's not the right page either. I want my website. Where is it? Next one down. Yes, so I think we've got a playlist for Earl Grey, but you probably can search for it. Now, he does a lot of abduction cases with MUFON, and also does E.R.T. Earl Grey. Midweek. A Night with Earl Grey. Not sure if it was that one. Triangles, not that one. Strange UFO Cases, Part 1. That was on this one, I think. Let's have a quick look. Number 13. I had some crazy logos back then. That was meant to be an Englishman with his cup of tea and his fags. And that's one thing with English. They're probably the worst chain smokers ever. all the English I know, all smokers. Pretty sad because a lot of them died too from it. Anyway, that was meant to be an ego boost USA person. And a UFO grey looking down. I don't know.
Michael King donated £5 through Super Chat.
Oh, okay. Thanks, mate. What's happened here? Something's screwing up here, isn't it? There's always something strange going on. Shouldn't be doing that. Also, I'm going to have to try and figure out the CSS codes again. Thanks, Mike. It looks like it... How long did it take? 15 minutes? Come up pretty quick, I think, didn't it? Anyway, yeah, it's somewhere in this episode here. I think Earl was laughing at my UK Pac-Man with the grotty teeth, because UK was known for really bad teeth. For the Americans, have really got super bright teeth because they have fluoride in their water. They got added toxins to their water. But of course, we know Americans are more nutty than the UK is. But anyway, so let's just have a look. Alright, the witch case. That's his, the guy's ex-wife. So he drew the picture for Earl of the flying sauce with his wife dressed up as a witch. Had been cracked up. He was quite a good drawer, actually, that guy too. Was it on this one though? Let's have a look. I think back then we only had 720, but I'm not sure. Yeah, 720. That's still not much better, is it? And it was using that shitty Hangouts. Shitty Hangouts had really bad low bit quality. Typical Google, they really messed it up. It was actually good when I first started for the first 25 episodes, and then they messed around a bit. So it'd be good to redo some of the shows with him on the better quality now. But I can't see that drawing. I'm pretty sure he's the one that brought it forward though. Yeah, I was talking about skin damage, wasn't it? That's someone's armpit here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's see, what's that one? Strange looking flying saucer, that one. Be good to go back and have a re-listen to them though. Can't see the one I'm after. I think there was a part 2 we did. Yeah, some of that I don't remember. It's a long time ago. What was it put underneath? Where's the date? It's got to be a few years old, that one now. 5 years ago. Yeah. What else we got? Shelley Morrison. That's the playlist. Okay. We did more than that. A catch-up could be on that one. His mum's. Yep, stream went down, so yeah, not too sure what's happening with all the streams out there now. OBS just said connection error, which made no sense whatsoever. I think OBS has got a problem since the Windows update. I might have to look at updating it, see if it fixes the problem. But anyway, I think... Not sure if the lives resume, because a lot of these ones end when you lose connection. So yeah, we got sabotaged, unfortunately. Yeah, looks like Pilled is down. So that's the problem with these ones with auto start and auto end. And unlike YouTube that just waits until you reconnect and reboot the system, all these ones automatically end. Rumble. Not sure if that's still going. Let's just go through them all. So waits until you reconnect. Rumble might be still working, but it may have lost the front. It probably writes over the front of it. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Twitch, I think, scraps it and starts a new one. I'm not sure on that though. It may have a delay. Still says it's recording. What's it say there? Live, it reckons, but no one's there watching anyway. Odyssey, I think it would have ended. Yep. If you're having trouble, start the stream, reset stream. Is it working though? The Men in Black again. So has it ended or not? I think it just carries on. Let me just check. I think Odyssey might resume. Yep. It looks like that's resumed. So we've got Rumble resumed, Twitch resumed. X seems to be stuck in a holding pattern. Let's just reload that one. At least that one's got a stop and end. So it looks like that might still be going. Doesn't really matter about those other strings anyway though, I suppose. And Pilled. That one's crapped out. What do I do with Pilled? Let's restart it again. Let's restart the damn thing again. It still reckons we're live, but I don't think it's going to save properly. Oh well, it won't save it. It'll probably save it to when it got thing. We'll probably have to delete it. Unless I fixed it. Really, it should have, if you drop for 5 minutes, then automatically terminate the live show. It'll at least give you a couple of minutes. Anyway, just carry on as per normal and see if it does it again. It's a really weird problem. But yeah, I probably might have to do a force update. I haven't done it for a wee while now. Check. Check for updates. Yeah, I'm not sure if it auto updates or not. It doesn't, does it? Anyway. So where were we? And that's screwed up here too. Yeah, it looks like I got some work to do there. If I pop it out there. Google mucked it up again. Just stick that one behind the other chat. No. What have I done? Yeah. Alright, so let's see. Minimize it there, maybe. Yep, that'll do. Alright. Whether it goes across crazy again, I don't know. And live, baby. Yeah, we're back again. It doesn't take long to get it back up and running again. But what caused the problem, I don't know. It looks like some sort of... I'd say it'd be some sort of video card driver problem again. Probably shouldn't have updated it, maybe. Should you do a secure team Tyler impression video again? Yeah. Yeah, I was talking about that. Be covering, he's put out another video again on Sunday. But anyway. Yeah, what was I doing? I was looking up, trying to find that case. I'm pretty sure we did cover it. It's funny though, as soon as I started talking about MUFON and other cases that went wrong. Let's have a quick look at that one. Now that was the interview, wasn't it? Could have been on that one. Let's have a look.
You know, insufficient.
Okay, this looks promising. So these are some of the cases he's investigated. And that was my early days of talking about the universe theory. I think he thought it was interesting. Okay, so who was that? So it looks like she saw a boomerang, is it? With people in it. What's the next one? Cylinder craft. Reptilians. I think it might have been his first and only reptilian case, or maybe the first one anyway. Yeah. What the hell's that meant to be? I don't know. We have to listen to it all again, I suppose. Ah, is that the one? That looks like the same sort of UFO. I don't know, triangle. Maybe it was on this one. I just know. I always make Earl Grey laugh though. He's always laughing at me with my point of views and stuff. Why is it not playing it? I just know.
The craft found her. She had a online resume.
Why is it so small though? Something's not right here. What's happened? Is it because I shrink that down too much? Where's my player window gone? I better bring that up. What's that bullshit coming up? Where's the... oh, there. Oh, it's working. Cool. Not that anyone's going to phone in, right? So let's see. Wasn't that one? Pretty sure he did cover that one with the den. Why can't I find it? And because we haven't got chapters, I suppose. No, 3 hours, no chapters. What was that one? Damn eyes. Eyes are frustrating. Could have sworn he did that one. So it could be on another live show we did together. Kind of looks like the same shapecraft. Mind you, it's got a house there, so they weren't up. They weren't in the house. Yeah, maybe he didn't do it. I don't know. I can't remember he did though. It's the kind of thing. Yeah, it's frustrating. What's that one? Anyway, could have sworn that he did this one, but let's see. Where did we get to on it?
Side. 14.6K views. View upvotes. View 9 shares answer request.
Well, that's all we got. Okay. On to the next bit, I suppose. Yeah. Oh, right, the thing has come up now on Pilled as well. It says 1 watching, 8 have passed through. But I don't think we're going to get too many today because of that Men in Black glitch. We got a glitch. Okay. Got to get my eyes focused again. Damn it. I'm still trying to take control of my mouse. That one, and then we got to open this one, is it? No. Let's see. Most abductees undergo the most horrible and traumatic experiences possible during these abductions. These include being experimented on, physical and mental torture, rape, used as resources. Sounds like men in wartime, doesn't it? I recommend looking up David Jacobs. Okay, on to the next one here. I was indeed targeted and abducted by aliens as a student once. I was sitting in my balcony in a Pagbango Rocks area, Phoenix, looking up into the desert sky where millions of stars were visible. Really? Can you really see a million stars? Because that's pretty dang good, considering all the city lights, light pollution you get. So he reckons he's out in the desert and there's no lights for miles. Okay. He could at least taken a picture and uploaded it. Suddenly 2 lights approached. I heard 3 sharp banging noises and... Banging noises? Chitty chitty bang bang. And before I knew what was going on, 3 humanoid creatures a little smaller than me stood in front of the hedge that lined the path leading to the parking lot where they had left their old Buick Regal. Alright, so they don't fly in UFOs, they fly in Bugles. Regals. Parking lots. So, parking lot. What do we normally call those? Car parks, don't we? They were Antonio, Miguel, and Ted. What the hell is he talking about? Respectively from Panama, Cuba, and Venezuela. Architect students in my department and officially declared aliens. Alright, because see where this was going to go. I thought it was going to end up being a joke. Often painted out to me, not without glee. So that's what he's calling a parking lot. We call it car park. Or, in fact, we'd call that would be... what do you call those things where you just got a cover over top? Carports. We call them carports. Okay, so we want a real story, not some joke. Have you ever been abducted by aliens? Happens every okay, that was the other joke one, wasn't it? Okay, next one. I know it's hard to believe for some, in fact most of them people, but I have been abducted by aliens once. They could not wipe out my memory, but it stayed there as a very strong dream. Not in my case. I woke up next morning and it sort of all come flooded back. Thinking, what the hell happened last night? In the morning, all I felt like it was a dream. I never had such a visually rich dream where I could remember almost every detail in the morning. Research says you forget 95% of your dream within a couple of minutes you wake up. I guess that would be true. Because we did get some crazy dreams. In fact, this morning I woke up pretty much pain-free. And I was getting a dream about what is life, what is consciousness. But I couldn't really make head or tail of it all. It's like I was laying in bed and I could feel all the atoms in the body, like an energy field over me. And consciousness was able to detect all the atoms in my body. I'm not sure what it was all about. It was kind of a strange dream. Whether it's trying to relay some information to me, or it's trying to heal me, because once you get to 50, it's really rare to wake up pain-free, right? But today I could have just laid in bed, because as soon as you move, that's when the pain starts again. And normally when you wake up, your first thing you want is to get to the toilet and have a pee, right? And that didn't happen. I was perfectly quite happy just to lay there, feeling energized. So yeah, but yeah, that dream sort of did fade away. What it was trying to make head or tail of it. It's like I was dreaming that I was in this cloud of universe gases with all these atoms, and they were creating chains of atoms together, and then I was sensing that the atoms were gaining consciousness as they were forming these particular molecules, like they could sense each other. It was kind of a weird dream. Maybe it'll come back again and with better details of what it all meant. But yeah, I reckon you should write down any crazy dreams you have, because it means something. So where do we get to? 95% of a dream within a couple of minutes. I tried to tell my friends. They made fun of me. I was laughed at many times, so I stopped telling the story. My body was aching the entire day. I was feeling super tired, which is totally opposite to me. I felt like it was a new body. The very next evening, I slept for almost 12 hours to get over this. Contrary to popular belief, aliens are not some creepy species. Many of them were even more attractive than human beings. I remember standing in a liquid bottle, and then I was clearly not breathing, but I did not feel any suffocation or respiratory problem. It was felt like I did not have to breathe at all in order to stay alive. I could not hear any voice. My ears blocked. All I could see was a screen in front of me where different kinds of colors were floating around. I was not able to move. My body was frozen. I could clearly feel blood flowing through my body. I got very, very short glimpses of one alien guy. He must be 7 foot and was looking very much like us, except for his face glowing. He was much brighter than us. He came near to me, looked into my eyes and mumbled something and went away. But if he was in a glass tube, how would he know what he was mumbling? However, later I found myself waking up in my bed. It's been around 6 years since that incident happened. People still take it as one of my dreams and never believe me. I hardly care anymore, but trust me guys, we're not alone. It's nothing but human arrogance to believe that we are only intelligent species in the universe. 1 of 8 answers. So it doesn't mean there's more to that. Let's just click on that. Looks like it's going back to the beginning again, because it... What's it done? Opened up another tab. Yeah, so this kind of a strange one. Waking up standing in a liquid bottle. But it doesn't actually say whether he's in liquid. In a liquid bottle. And he's clearly not breathing. Could that be like an outer body that he's having there? Maybe. He doesn't say that he remembers seeing the aliens take him, but I have been abducted by alien once. But has he known aliens, apart from waking up in a bottle? I could not wipe out my memory, but stayed... It felt like it was a dream. Kind of does sound like a dream though, doesn't it? How do you get out the bottle? Seems like there's this chunk of story missing here. Okay, that's not really much. There should have been more of that story, I'm pretty sure. Looks like you couldn't be bothered telling it all. Okay, the main purpose for abductions is a hibernation program that they have. Now that seems to be like one of the most common things that the abductees come out with, right? Why would they want to mix alien with human? You know? Wouldn't that be like downgrading? You know what I mean? You go from super alien brain to a hibernized alien brain. Doesn't sort of make sense. And if the aliens are sort of insect DNA, you're mixing it with monkey DNA. Seems to be like a conflict there, doesn't it? So maybe what they're talking about here is not the alien greys. Maybe it's tall whites, maybe, Nordics. But it sounds like they've got all the good genes anyway, so why would they want to downgrade with some other human? So that doesn't make any sense. What do you think on hibernation yourself out there? Who we got left? Who's actually watching anymore? Who wants to come on voice? Is up and running. Yeah, we're not going to have many people watch this, I don't think. 9 unpeeled so far, 2 likes unpeeled, so that one's screwed, I think. Rumble, what have we got going there? We got 7 there. Whether that resumed okay, I don't know, after the crash. Looks like it, but whether it saves it, I don't know. Twitch, no one there. Odyssey, anybody there? No, nobody there. So yeah, it's just really you, Mike, if you're still there. So yeah. Yeah, it's hopeless, isn't it? Oh well. I try. Abductees are used by these extraterrestrial forces to create hybrid individuals that look human but inherently loyal to the extraterrestrial forces. Sounds like they're creating slaves, if that's the case. Of course, that's only going to ask for problems, because those hybrids are going to feel like a subspecies then, and they're going to plot and overtake over the UFOs or whatever. Yeah, I just doesn't gel with me, this hibernation program. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Especially when you're talking about 17 races out there or something currently proposed. Many of these are specifically being bred and prepared to be placed in positions of power. Well, I don't think you need hybrids for that. You just need to give us a suitcase to Biden full of money and say, this is what we want done. That's what you need to do. Because they're all corrupt and they're all on the take, aren't they? Even the CIA and FBI for that. And NSA. Religious institutions and powerful commercial institutions. So maybe the Pope's alien then. Yeah, I don't really like these type of stories about the hibernation. I think that's just a like a decoy. It's probably what the aliens say what's happening when it's not really happening, you know, to make people, if they're going to talk about the story to the public, they're going to sound like nut jobs and no one will take them seriously, right? That's what it sounds like. Also, could it be like a psyop? That they're being drugged but not actually being fed like MK Ultra memories, so they believe they're abducted by aliens, and this hibernation nonsense, and so it gets out there and people just think they're just nut jobs and not take abduction cases seriously, because they're probably the real abduction cases, and then there's this one. That's my gut feeling on it anyway. The whole situation is far more dangerous than people realise. Yeah, I think Dr. Greer wouldn't agree with the hibernation thing, but I think that comes from one of the research people, isn't it? Is it Jacobs? Let's see, I think it's one of them that sort of comes up, because John Mack, he didn't believe in the hibernation stuff. I did actually cover it, I think, in my episode about abductions. What did John Mack believe with aliens? Okay, I can't see. Kidnapped by aliens. Looks like they got a documentary. Interview John Mack. When I first encountered this phenomenon, or particularly, come on, go left. It won't go left, and then it goes too far. Actually seeing people themselves, I was very little place in my mind to take this seriously. Like most of us, were raised to believe that if we were going to discover other intelligent, why's my mouth suddenly go there? It would be through radio waves. Okay, it's not the best of font. idea that we could be reached by some other kind of being, creature, intelligence that could actually enter our world and have physical effects as well as emotional effects, was simply not part of the worldview that had been raised in. So that I came very reluctant into terrible colour background to the conclusion that this was a true mystery. In other words, that I did everything I could to rule out other sources of sexual abuse. So he's probably one of the most credible psychologists in this, I think, out of the other guys. That's probably why he got run over. Apparently he was in UK and he forgot the road rules were for UK, not America, and he stepped in front of a taxi. And the driver turned out to be a drunk taxi driver as well. Yeah. Alright. Nova. How literally you intend people to take this? Just how literally to take this is one of the most... I wonder if I can get it to read out. Okay, it's terrible, isn't it?
Interview with John Mack, psychiatrist, Harvard University. Nova, let's talk about your own personal evolution from perhaps skepticism to belief.
Okay, we'll have a listen to it anyway.
Mack,
Looks like
when
it's
I
quite
first encountered this phenomenon, or particularly even before I had actually seen the people themselves, I had very little place in my mind to take this seriously. I, like most of us, were raised to believe that if we were going to discover other intelligence, we'd do it through radio waves or through signals or something of that kind. The idea that we could be reached by some other kind of being, creature, intelligence that could actually enter our world and have physical effects as well as emotional effects, was simply not part of the worldview that I had been raised in. So that I came very reluctantly to the conclusion that this was a true mystery. In other words, that I did everything I could to rule out other sources, or sexual abuse. Some of these people are abused. But they're able to distinguish clearly the abduction trauma from other forms of abuse. Some forms of psychosis or people making up stories, I could reject that on the basis that there was no gain in this for the vast majority of these people. I've now worked with over 100 experiencers intensively, which involves an initial 2-hour or so screening interview before I do anything else. And in case after case after case, I've been impressed with the consistency of the story, the sincerity with which people tell their stories, the power of feelings connected with this, the self-doubt, all the appropriate responses that these people have to their experiences. Nova, so tell us, please, how literally you intend people to take this. Are you suggesting people are really being snatched from their beds by aliens and experiments on board a spaceship? Mack, just how literally to take this is one of the most interesting and complex aspects of this. And I want to walk through that as clearly as I can. There are aspects of this which I believe we are justified in taking quite literally. That is, UFOs are in fact observed, filmed on camera at the same time that people are having their abduction experiences. People, in fact, have been observed to be missing at the time that they are reporting their abduction experiences. They return from their experiences with cuts, ulcers on their bodies, triangular lesions, which follow the distribution of the experiences that they recover, of what was done to them in the craft by the surgical-like activity of these beings. All of that has a literal physical aspect and is
So it's interesting he talks about triangle lesions there when my lump on the back had a triangle. Yeah,
is experienced and reported with appropriate feeling by the abductees, with or without hypnosis or a relaxation exercise. There is I believe, a gradation of experiences and that go from the most literal physical kinds of hurts, wounds, person removed, spacecraft that can be photographed, to experiences which are more psychological, spiritual, involve the extension of consciousness. The difficulty for our society and for our mentality is, we have a kind of either / or mentality. It's either literally physical, or it's in the spiritual other realm, the unseen realm. What we seem to have no place for, or we have lost the place for, are phenomena that can begin in the unseen realm, and cross over and manifest and show up in our literal physical world. So the simple answer would be, yes, it's both. It's both literally, physically happening to a degree, and it's also some kind of psychological, spiritual experience occurring and originating perhaps in another dimension. And so the phenomenon stretches us, or it asks us to stretch to open to realities that are not simply the literal physical world, but to extend to the possibility that there are other unseen realities from which our consciousness, our, if you will, learning processes over the past several hundred years have closed us off. Nova, I wonder if in that vein you can speak to what you think this experience is about? Mack, there are several effects that these experiences have for those who undergo alien abduction encounters. First is the most familiar aspect or fit, which is a traumatic event in which a blue light or some kind of energy paralyzes the person, whether they're in their home or they're driving a car. They can't move. They feel themselves being removed from wherever they were. They floated through a wall or out a car, carried up on this beam of light into a craft, and they're subjected to a number of now familiar procedures which involve the being staring at them, involves probing of their body orifices, and a complex process whereby they sense, in the case of men, sperm removed, in the women, eggs removed, some sort of hybrid offspring created which they're brought back to see in later abductions. That's the sort of literal experience.
So
now,
he's
the effect of that is, or what seems...
So he's talking about the hibernation there as well. Okay.
seems to be going on there, in a number of abductees, not just people I see, but the ones Bud Hopkins and other people see, is to produce some kind of new species to bring us together to produce a hybrid species which, the abductees are sometimes told, will populate the Earth or will be there to carry evolution forward, after the human race has completed what it is now doing, namely the destruction of the Earth as a living system. So it's a kind of later form. It's an awkward coming together of a less embodied species than we are, and us, for this evolutionary purpose.
What was that? Jasper, is it? I don't know, someone's posting on Telegram. Yeah, so he's saying something slightly different here, that they're taken away and hibernising, but setting up another Earth planet somewhere else. That kind of would make more sense, wouldn't it? But rather than taking over Earth, maybe it's too late for that, or not possible to do that. I don't know. Yeah, looks like we're not going to have people come on, doesn't it? I'll just close that down for the time being. Yeah, if anyone wants to come on voice, just let me know in the side chat and I'll give you the link again.
Purpose. However, that might not be literally true. It might be that this is a communication to us. That perhaps we need to change our ways. It may not be that these are literally our babies. It may be a kind of expression of images
Blue
of babies,
chicken.
or it may be that these hybrids we're told is what will have to be. It's a kind of insurance policy if the Earth continues to be subjected to the exploitation of its living environment to the point where it can't sustain human and other life as it's now occurring. But it may not be literally what is going to happen. So that's one area. Another area is the whole visual, environmental, and informational aspect of this, in which people are shown on television screens a huge variety of scenes of environmental destruction of the earth polluted, of a kind of post-apocalyptic scene in which even the spirits have been routed from their environment because they live in the same physical and spiritual environment that we do, and canyons are shown with trees destroyed. Pieces of the earth are seen as breaking away, portions of the east coast or west coast. Nova, alien.
So it hasn't sort of changed much with the pollution side of things, especially with plastic and stuff being pumped into the sea. And you got nuclear stations now that were flushed into the sea. So yeah, and now we got this forecast of World War III coming up. It does sound like USA want wars at the moment. Probably going to go to shit with Israel, and especially if Iran comes into it. Wasn't there something talking about Iran recently? There's meant to be something going down. There's meant to be something big going down mid this year. Whether that's going to be the World War III, I don't know. If it is, that's the end of our lives as we know it, really, pretty much. So, if you've been contacted by aliens, maybe you might be one of the lucky ones that they come down and say, yeah, hop aboard. Or not. Blue chicken. What we got here? We're definitely living with a different species. Are you talking about females? The name of... What's that one? Looks like it's got clipped off again. Thought I had it adjusted. Inclusiveness. A lot of men say that females are like another species. That's where the term Venus and Mars comes in.
Alien hybrid. What does that mean? Mack, sometimes along the way, as you go deeper and deeper into the person's consciousness, into their experience, they will discover what is called a dual identity. In other words, that they are both human in one dimension, but they also are themselves, have an alien identity. That they are participatory in this reproductive hybrid program, as if they were altogether part of it. And that they may, in fact, even experience themselves as aliens. One of the men in my book actually was an active participant in taking a woman from Texas up into the ship and acting the reproductive function of the alien being, and felt he was himself alien. And often the abductees will feel that their job, developmentally, is to integrate these two dimensions or these two aspects of themselves, the human and the alien. And that the alien dimension is a part of ourselves, our souls, if you will even, from which we were or have been cut off over the centuries of human beings living on this earth in this densely embodied form. Nova, you and others have said that there is no other psychological explanation, but that there is some reality to it. What do you think of the work of people like Michael Persinger and Robert Baker, who have these complicated theories about neurology, or they charge that hypnagogic hallucinations being at the root of these experiences? Mack, these experiences often occur in literal consciousness, not in a hypnagogic or dreamlike state.
No.
The person may be in their bedroom, quite wide awake.
Yep.
The beings show up. And there they are, and the experience begins. That they're not occurring in any dreamlike state. Now sometimes they do occur when a person is dozing off or in a hypnagogic state. But very frequently not. Also, any theory that is going to look upon this as a purely endogenous phenomenon, by which I mean generated purely from the psyche of the person themselves. Which is a kind of arrogance too, really. Because it means that we just can't accept the notion there could be another intelligence at work here. Which is a much more economical explanation.
So,
but if we must...
He's trashing out there the Mick Wests and all the other deniers out there, as well as all the other shrinks, right? that it's got to be something mental. Can't be anything else. That's the world we live in, though, isn't it? Yeah, so, you know, people get abducted while they're driving cars, tractors, and all sorts. They get abducted in broad daylight, they get abducted in front of others, but it's all got to be mental. Real hallucinations. Nah, you can't explain it all under one umbrella, unfortunately. It's quite a good interview, this one, isn't it? But I think the other shrinks call them humbrids. It's less of a mouthful, I suppose. Human hybrids, right? So they're saying hybrid aliens or whatever. Humbrids sounds a wee bit better, I think.
Must find a theory within ourselves, then we should keep in mind that any theory that's going to even begin to address this has to take into account 5 factors. Number 1, the extreme consistency of the stories from person after person.
Yep.
Which you would not get simply by stimulating the temporal lobes.
Country to country.
You would get very variable idiosyncratic responses that would differ a great deal from person to person. Number 2, you would have to deal with the fact that there is no ordinary experiential basis for this. In other words, there's nothing in their life experience that could have given rise to this, other than what they say. In other words, there's no mental condition that could explain it. Third, you have to account for the physical aspects, the cuts and the other lesions on their bodies, which do not follow any psychodynamic distribution, like the stigmata associated with the identification with the agony of Christ. Fourth, the tight association with UFOs, which are often observed in the community, by the media, independent of the person having the abduction experience, who may not have seen the UFO at all, but reads or sees on the television the next day that a UFO passed near where they were when they had an abduction experience. And finally, the phenomenon occurs in children as young as 2, 2.5, 3 years old. And any theory that simply attributes this to the activity of the brain does not take into account at least 3 of those 5 fundamental dimensions. Nova, aren't you really at risk of losing quite a bit, personally and professionally, because of criticism? Mack, I think that, in some ways, I've gained more than I've lost in terms of inviting people into this mystery, having a dialogue with all kinds of very wonderful, open, intelligent, brilliant people from many different fields. It's been quite exciting. I mean, I've been attacked, but the attacks have not been really nearly as serious to me as the openness that I've found among many people throughout the culture and internationally, who are saying, yeah, I always suspected something like this was going on, and I'm glad you were willing to come forward and report about it. It's often said that I'm a believer and sort of have gone and lost my objectivity.
So you have to wonder why all this has been less public since John Mack disappeared, you know. You think Arrow would have picked up on this and carried on, right? So it went to all the research that he did and all the people's names on that list, you know, they think they'd have access to that, wouldn't you? There must be a lot of military personnel that have been abducted. Unless they haven't come forward. I don't know. How would you know? I suppose E.R.T. Is the replacement of John Mack. But yeah, not sure if they'd rolled out throughout the world, right, as a same organisation, or if they employ other little research groups into their alliances, I guess. What's the words we're looking for here? But it's all going to be private information out the reach of government. But, you know, it can't all be. It's got to be some stuff there that backs up credible people in the military that have had these abduction accounts. It can't just be Renderson Forest, right? The guys, which are then put into dubious claims. It's got to be more out there. I think there's a big missing component in all this latest stuff on mainstream media. They're just talking about the craft. They're not talking about the abductions. It's totally missing out of narrative.
Really object to that. Because this is not about believing anything. I didn't believe anything when I started. I don't really believe anything now. I'm come to where I've come to clinically. In other words, I worked with people over hundreds of hours and have done as careful a job as I could to listen, to sift out, to consider alternative explanations. And none have come forward. No one has found an alternative explanation in a single abduction case. Nova, many say that this is just really a function of cultural images. Mack, I have been looking at this phenomenon as it manifests in indigenous people, in Native Americans, the Cherokee, the Hopi, who know these beings as the Star People. We've looked at this in South Africa, particularly in interviewing in depth a leading South African Sangoma, or medicine man, who calls these beings Mandingas. We've investigated it in Brazil with a farmer in outside Belo Horizonte who had identical abduction experiences to what have been reported in this country. I'm getting recent. I received a letter about abduction experiences from a person in Malaysia today. In other words, this is, as far as we can tell, a worldwide phenomenon. This is not restricted, as some people have thought, to Western or particularly American culture. I found that the higher or the greater the stake that a person has in this society, in their position or their job, the more reluctant they are to admit that they've had abduction experiences. When abductees went on television with me during the spring of 1994, during my book tours, and wanted to communicate and educate about it, a number of them received threats to their jobs. Some of them lost them. We have one man in management consultation, lost an important contract. A woman that worked for the federal government, who was an abductee, was threatened with loss of her job. In other words, this is not something that is regarded as acceptable. I've interviewed airline pilots who have had close-up sightings of UFOs. They will not report it, because they will be removed from their work. Even if they've had abduction experience, they will not talk about it. And 25 to 30% of airline pilots, according to a survey that one of the people I've talked with did, have had close-up sightings, but will not discuss it.
So this was back
This simply
in the 90s,
is not something that is accepted
1990s.
as okay to talk about and that may be changing. I recently saw a Harvard Divinity School student, and I asked him these questions. I said, "Do you talk about this among your fellow students?" And he said, "Oh, yes." And it turned out several of them had also had abduction experiences. And even the ones that had not, were fascinated, interested, didn't ridicule M. So maybe the climate is changing. Nova Home, WGBH Home, PBS Home Search, Feedback, Shop, Copyright 1996 WGBH.
1996, there you go.
Interview with John Mack, psychiatrist, Harvard.
So it wasn't too long, but it's quite interesting. So yeah, when did he get killed? Couldn't have been too far after that. A bit of a shame. I wonder what he'd be doing today. Would he be working with E.R.T. perhaps? Which is Kathleen Marden's place. Can we actually find their website? Let's see if we can find it. E.R.T. Marden. Damn stupid Zoom. State of MUFON's E.R.T. Experience Resource Team. Are they part of MUFON, are they? I thought it was a separate entity. Okay. Shame we can't get someone to come on and talk about it, really, isn't it? To at least promote it. But yeah, that's kind of weird that you can't get these people to interview, let alone get hold of their stats on thing. There's Earl Grey. Denise Stoner. I wonder if she's a stoner. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Psychiatrists. PhDs, doctors. So what did they do? Head shrinks? Yeah, psychologists. And she must be the head of them all. Team medical professionals. Licensed mental health counsellors. Looks like a few of them. TBD, to pronounce. Team members. Okay, Earl Grey. There's quite a few of them. What they need is, obviously these ain't going to be all in the same state, so they should at least have what state they are in. Yeah, all country. I reckon some would be overseas, wouldn't they? That's quite a lot of people. Consultants. And that's it. That's all we get. So how'd you get in contact with them? Got to do a questionnaire. Complete it here. I suppose they get in contact with you then. Okay. So just click on their name. Okay, here we go. Oh, big blurb. Researcher offer. Known as one of the leading UFO contact researchers of our time. Since 1990, she has researched the perplexing nature of UFOs and the non-human entities. She's also the niece of Betty and Barney Hill, isn't she? Certified practitioner of regression hypnosis. Yeah. And quantum healing. So when I read that though, quantum healing kind of puts a boot in the guts for me. Hypnosis technique. Additionally, she offers the Awakening Soul support group. Well, here we go. The interesting UFOs contact began in 1961 when her aunt and uncle Betty and Barney Hill had a close encounter. Oh, I see. It's got it all on the same page with all the different people. Albert Einstein College. I've heard that one mentioned before. Was it Gary Nolan? Shame that they can't have a link to all their stats, right? How many abducted this month have been reported and all that sort of information? That would be really good if it was publicly searchable, but obviously it's not going to be. And that, to me, is a problem. Gone with 60 experiences. So what's this one here? A blue beam. That's what John Mack talked about. But I always thought it was a white beam. But obviously not. Is it the blue beam that levitates, or is it the white beam that levitates? That one doesn't say much either. E.R.T. Let's see. Abduction statistics. Let's see if we can find it. I'll search. No, let's put art instead. E.R.T. What's that? What's that? Well, what if we put dots in between? Does it really matter? Maybe we have to use the first, the full words. I got a spelling mistake there too. Alright, so what do we got? Missing children. Uh, 112,000 children reported missing every year in UK. So where do they disappear to? I got my interest in that now. Let's have a look. Awareness. Australia, 20,000 children are reported missing every year. That's massive, what do you call it, child trafficking, if that's the case. They can't all be runaways, surely, and then end up dead. $45,000 in Canada. Germany, 100,000. India, 100,000 almost. Jamaica, 2,000. Russia, 45,000. So would they end up being in sex trades and end up being killed and then ground up? United Kingdom, 100,000. United States, 500,000. So how many are found though? It's reported missing, but how many get found out of that number? However, this is only a snapshot of the problem. In many countries, statistics on missing children are not even available. Yeah, it doesn't sort of give us the full picture here. We want to see how many of those reported every year get found. It can't be aliens taking them. It's going to be human related, isn't it? But I suppose it's possible that some of them could be alien victims. So it's not even talking about alien abductions. So 2019, on average, fewer than 350 people under the age of 21 have been abducted by strangers. So where's that 500,000 come from? Am I missing something here? Yeah, so E.R.T didn't really help, did it? What was it called again? I'll just go back one. ERT.eu. There's nothing to do with aliens. What's ER? ER. Entries near. No. What does it stand for? I clicked it. Emergency response team. Yeah, probably need to. They should probably choose a better name in that case. Yeah. Aliens. That hasn't even come up on that. Doesn't matter if you put dots in between. Abduction. See, it just shows you it's probably not a really good name, because you want something that's going to come up straight away. Only abduction and medical or possible news. We've read that one before, I think. The guy said it was all mental when it's not. We know it's not. People that say it's all mental haven't obviously done any research into the field, right? Kidnapped by aliens. So yeah, it hasn't even come out, right? MUFON. E.R.T. No. We had it before. What did I type in to get it? E.R.T. Maybe it has to be capitals, no? Okay, let's go back in the searches. How did I get it first of all? What did I put in? That's right. Was it a stats? Was it? E.R.T. mud, and that's the only way I got it, wasn't it? Research team, there you go, look. So, yeah, how's people going to find them? So, it wasn't extraterrestrial, experiencer. That's the first word. Stats. Stats. So I'll try stats. The Zoom is messing me around. Research stats. And it's not on what we're after. See, this is what I mean. It's really hard to get what you're after because it's not public information. It's stupid, if you ask me. Alright, so let's put in brackets. Experiencer research team. Looks to me like they purposely tried to leave out alien out of there. Okay, what have we got here? Episode 62. Spreaker. UAP Studies podcast. But again, there's no public information on the stats. You can get the book. I bet the facts are in that. But you gotta buy the book. Extraterrestrial contact. Only $10 a month. Ebooks. Bugger off. Okay. So it looks like it's an ebook you can download. Whether that's legal, I don't know. Ten chapters are based on years of research and access to files of MUFON. That's what I mean, right? There's no real-time stats you can access. It's all hidden. When you discover that there isn't E.T, ghosts and paranormal phenomenon, how to investigate your contact experiences, when you want to stop copying strategies and resistance techniques. Anyway, probably should get the ebook, shouldn't we, so we can get the stats. So much for open lines. None of these guys want to come on. Say in the side chat if you want to come on, and we'll put the link up again. But yeah, this would be like one of the common topics every week. Talking about alien abductions, finding out all the information we can on that currently going on. Because it seems to be the big chunk of thing missing in ufology right now. MUFON Abduction Experience Research Team. So what's this one? Black Vault. February Journal. Let's have a look what he's got there. Looks like an old one. Looks like a scanned in old journal. Ooh, what the hell's that? Spinning, looks like kind of like an evil, some weapon of war. UFOs and aliens sighted over near Hope Mills, North Carolina. Looks like some sort of kind of airship with maybe iron fins out the side there that spins it around and propels it into the air. I suppose that one would be one way in doing it, wouldn't it? If it was like a Black Ops experiment. All these are like blades that you get on a prop propeller, and if you ionize the skin of the craft in these rods, it could cause it to spin, and the whole thing becomes like a motor. And each of these end up being like blades into the wind, pushes it along. Maybe really fast, probably. And that's meant to be one of the aliens here. 2007. Oh no, it's talking about bloody Bledsoe. Can't trust anything that comes out that guy's mouth. Chris Jr. Yeah, I call that one the made up story. Okay, Ministry of Defence. That's got to be Nick Pope again, is it? What's that one? Damn, I was blurry. What's it talking about here, though? Potential threats. MOD. Doesn't say much about the drawing. Nick Pope, is it? Yep. Wilfred D. Browner. UFO wave over Belgium. There's that UFO activist, Leslie Kane, or Keen, or whatever her name is. You're not going to say it wrong. Wrong. I see it as Keen. But some people say it's Kane. But Kane is Kane, I would have thought. Keen, Leslie Keen would be the proper spelling. What's that one? UFO cases in Turkey. Okay. Female researcher. Peru. Ted Rowe. Nappy. Unexplained events is going to run. She said it's going back a few years now, and it's still there. The Black Vault guy. Oh, he looked a bit different back then. His eyebrows got a haircut. Okay, that must be the end of it, is it? Pretty much. No. Texas. So it says 2008 here. Up to page 13. It looks like they pumped a lot into these magazines once in a while to what is online now. So Freeman. Ah, Filler Falls. George Filler. Failer Falls. Yeah, isn't that the one that, what's his name does now? What's his got? Dave Schroeder, is it? He's taken it over since he's died from his family, right? It's quite a good series, actually. So that's what he looked like. But most of his wasn't to do with UFOs, though. Most of it's to do with paranormal, wasn't it? The Filer Files, that's it, isn't it? TV show, isn't it? Worldwide reports of UFO sightings. Filer Files, I'm pretty sure this has got Filer Files. I've got the wrong person. Dave. Well, I'm mixing it up. Dave, what's his name? Schroeder. Oh, it comes up. I don't know. Right. Filer Files, TV. Alright. No. Although the Did Files is not too bad. Have I got the wrong name? Paranormal shows. Am I getting mixed up here? I can't remember. TV shows. Ghost Hunters. Alright. Explain. Ghost Brothers. No, Ghost Nation. Deadly Possessions. No. Not the Filer Files, it's Holster Files. Different guy. That's the one I was thinking of. Where did I get Filer Files from then? It must have been from ufology. I'm mixing it up. Yeah. I thought it was quite good. Show that one. Dr. Hans Holster. Yeah, I totally got them mixed up, looks like. I thought, that was strange. So it's not this guy. So this guy must be something else. I don't think he's around anymore, though. Filer Files. So it looks like we're looking at nuclear reactor here, is it? Damn eyes. Both eyes are blurry. Unless this document's blurry, is it? Could be the document's blurry too. Goodyear blimp. Pretty crappy picture. 3 UFOs. Is that the one where it was a bug? Close to the camera. I got a feeling it was. Yeah, I got sidetracked there. I think I was looking up statistics. And we didn't find anything on E.R.T, but yeah. And that one, we're trying to find different philosophies out there between researchers. Mack. Yeah, let's look up Jacobs. What was his name? Roberts, was it? Who does that? Abduction. David Jacobs, that's it. Bob. Why am I getting Bob in my head? There's a Bob, not Bob. I think it was him that thinks about humbrids, isn't it? Okay, Jacobs' hypothesis has been criticized as unsupportedly dire by those who take a more positive view of the alien abduction experience, such as John Mack. But John Mack was talking about hibernation, so Jacobs labels these critics as positivists, not activists, in his writings. Details of alien abductions reported by Jacobs and so-called positives researchers may not differ to any great extent. Criticism of Jacobs by such peers therefore focuses on Jacobs' interpretations, where Jacobs sees infiltration negative, others may see integration as positive, where differences in reports are more substantial, extending beyond the interpretive to actual distinctions between the alleged events reported by those who Jacobs interviews. Jacobs has explained that the elements not matching his own perspective are what he terms confabrications. Carl Sagan. Jacobs has argued that Lacey's methodology was flawed. So there's shrinks button heads of each other, by the looks of it. Although Jacobs hasn't had no training in psychology, psychiatry, or hypnotherapy, he uses hypnotism to induce his patients. Well, I think that's probably where he's gone wrong. If it's not straight out the head about hypnotism, then you can't really believe it, I don't think. As we found out more about induced memories, right? Yeah, but was it him that was Humbrids? Let's put Humbrids in. Who coined that one? Humbrids. Humbrids. Not those kind of humbrids. Humbrids. Maybe it's ID. Humbrids. Aliens. Space aliens are breeding with humans. Yeah, he coined it. I think I have to watch my own episode because I've looked all this up before, and now it's harder to find it. Humbrids. Sure, that's how you gotta spell it. Yeah, it's a mess, isn't it? Wasn't mentioning that. Maybe it was Bob Hopkins. Maybe look up him. Maybe Bud Hopkins. Oh, he's the one I keep thinking is Bob, because his name's Bud. What does Bud stand for, though? Butch? Maybe? I don't know. Won't let me right click on it. It's really annoying. Is it Humbrids? Is it him? Hopkins. God. Here we go. No. Still come up. I thought I saw it then. Yeah, this damn super zoom is not working. Let me just close that down. Yeah, it's not working very well on that magnification. Hasn't since I've updated my video cards. Maybe I have to give up this stuff anyway. It's not working out. People are not interested. Okay, and we've got control now. Humbrids. Humbrids. It's like maybe it's been erased from Google. Humboldt. There's no other way you can spell it. Comes up with my searches there. Which stands for human hybrids. Humbrids. Humbrids. Why can't I find it anymore? In dollar effect. Maybe it's not in this universe. Could it be spelled with a Y? Humbrids. Could be. Humbrids. Fair trade on Brids. Oh, that's really strange, isn't it? Let's have a look. I've probably got snapshots of what it was. If they've now removed it, might be part of Culture Council, right? Bud Hopkins. Let's see if it's on his wiki page. Okay. Talking about paintings. We're talking about the same one. Probably not the same person. Just say ufologist. Abduction research. Studio. Painters. Sculptures. That's interest in UFOs. Okay. Investigations was renewed August 64. Ported. Come on. Move across. Move across. That's stupid. Intruders. Too much reading for my eyes today. Again. Hopefully, I'm going to have to update some software here, I think. Make sure it doesn't crash for Sunday's show. But something's happened to the computer again. Yeah, not seeing any mention about humbrids. That's kind of weird, if you ask me. Because I have found the information before. Today is frustrating. Here we go for time. 2.5 hours, and already I'm burnt out. I'm burnt out from all the problems we had today. Okay. I hate their new setup. Okay. Humbrids. Let's do a search on it. Humbrids. If I've got any reference points to it. Humbrids. Oh, maybe it's not humbrids, but humbrids. Humbrids. That would make sense. That's not come up, so humbrids. You think I'd have it in the episode written down? Let's do a search on that. I know one of these researchers made up the name. Humbrids. Okay. Major Tong. Have the humbrids taken? Ancient Greeks coming up here. I don't think it's anything to do with that. Humbrids. Here we go. Experiences. There you go. David Jacobs is the one. Law. Let's have a look at that one. Yeah, didn't have an M in it. According to Dr. Jacobs, the alien hybrids or humbrids. There you go. They were walking among us. That's what I was after. What year was that posted? Not that long ago. 1 month ago. How about that for synchronicity there, huh? are walking among us so they can pass as humans. Has anybody in this group encountered? Okay, that would be really good if someone actually answered. If there are alien human hybrids passing as human disguising, then I would imagine they would have a keen awareness of many experiences and avoid being spotted. Yes, also some us humans are also hybrids of sorts. In other words, have normal portion of a human lineage modified and infused. Well, I thought maybe mixed races are hybrids as well, right? So, you know, all the different nationalities out there in your family tree, it's all changing your DNA. So there are hybrids definitely among us, because we're pretty much all hybrids in a sense. Not necessarily 50-50 hybrids like the Grey Project. They got them walking around. I had a sort of high strangers encounter with two people that was so strange that both my dad and I were joking that they weren't human. That was in the 1990s, long before I had any thoughts about aliens and alike. They were like life-size Barbie and Ken dolls, and their mannerisms were creepy and weird. Probably serial killers. They were real estate agents, so there you go. Perfect for serial killers. Isn't quite a lot of people in ufology real estate agents as well? I know Rojas is one of them. Open house. So the encounter involved a very large prey mantis insect. The biggest I've ever seen anywhere. We thought it was some sort of sculpture at first, until it moved. Did I miss something here? So we got a chunk missing here, surely. Open house. So that doesn't make any sense right there, does it? It was a screen memory. The house they showed you was actually a UFO. Could be. Very true. A lot of folks in here ready to testify to being a human hybrid. What makes you think that? Can you give physical examples? The people saying they are hybrids misunderstand the context. These are people who feel their consciousness is of a non-human origin, carnated here in that context. Real human hybrids are born and raised aboard UFOs. That's what they should say, humbrids. Get rid of the word hybrids. I suppose it gets rid of the confusion then. I am a hybrid. What do you want to know? People are not going to take it seriously, are they? But maybe you can do the same experiment I did. Go to a park, sit down on a bench, or in a mall, sit down on a thing, and say with your mind as well as out loud, are there any tall whites in the area? Please make yourself known. Sit down next to me and look at me and then leave or whatever. And then see how many people sit down and look like tall blonde whites. I just said make yourself known, show yourself. It must be during the daytime, and it happened. So, but it happened in the main house. I didn't specify where it should happen. But yeah, basically, if you're doing it real time, you'd say in the next 30 minutes I'll be leaving where I am. Show yourself up. Maybe put some location and time limits on it. See what happens. Get back to us on the show. Tell us if something happens. I think some people have the brain chemistry where maybe they can pick up, or maybe they have an implant. Maybe they don't realize a abductee or experiencer and have an implant which amplifies some of your mental audio sensory stuff into radio waves. And they got a receiver chip that then transmits into the brain, but like having an inbuilt cell phone. Genetic engineered and half human, half alien beings, yeah. So it created a bit of a discussion here about it though. I encountered an angel appearing as a human who put me through a service to others test. I barely passed. 5 a.m. at a gas station, a sketchy looking guy with incredible blue eyes approached me and asked me to help jump his truck. His truck was parked in a dark corner of the parking lot behind a semi-truck, away from everything else. Sounds like it could be a Ted Bundy, that one. And the perfect spot for a robbery setup, or worse. I told the guy it seemed shady but agreed to help him. As I finished pumping my gas, I was thinking to myself that I should just drive away. It seems too sketchy, but I ultimately decided to help him out since I didn't have anything valuable to steal. I jumped his truck and we both went on our way. But something inside me knew there was something off about this man. My intuition, my subconscious, whatever it was, knew he was not human. He had the most incredible blue eyes I had ever seen, and at this point in my life I was concerned about me not being of service to others as much as I should. This February I went through a QHHT hypnosis. I asked about this event. The info I got was that he was an angel. It was a test I passed, and we are in the midst of spiritual warfare. Thank you for sharing. There's certainly human-looking ETs, that's true. Ones I'd say were human-looking ETs are those ones with the very long neck and they're very tall. And they're sort of like very skinny, over skinny. I've seen a few around the dog park looking like that. I would have thought they would have been more scared of dogs though, but maybe not. ETs that can appear human. I bumped into 2 in my time. I have no sense that they were hybrids or humbrids. What made you think they were not humans? Exactly. It's a huge story. I could feel them, and it was the same energy as being in the presence of an E.T. It was extremely intimidating, like a large bubble of energy around them. They had total control and zombified a group of my friends. There is a near 20-year gap between the incidents. They were extremely interested in me for some reason. I'm not so certain anyone would be able to feel them as I did, but maybe an experiencer thing, which I had no clue about. Second time was 2 years ago, into my journey, and that day happened right here, Happened right have, I think he's got something missing here, have I put up a big signal in a park during the day. What's that mean? I was very active at the time. I was not expecting what happened afterwards at all. I put up a big signal in the park. What's that mean? That he sat down on the park bench, broadcast his idea. I have no idea what these people are, but human looking NHIs absolutely walking among us. Could go on for ages. I typed it out too many times before, but I'll link to videos. Okay. You said they zombied a group of your friends. Can you expand on that? Where did it go to? They were put in a trance and become oblivious to what was going on. Oh, got to the end of it. Well, no, what's happened? Something strange has happened here. What's happened? Something happened there. We haven't got to the end at all. Alright, more comments. I suspect my and younger generations are hybrids. What do you suspect that? You know, they don't elaborate. I've seen hybrids, but no, they would not pass as humans unless you think they are deformed. Seems to be only people who worked with Jacobs that have this experience and view. This is completely false. There are many abductees who never worked with David Jacobs and who have experiences with hybrids that validate. There must have been some post above that said that. You mean that they're all evil psychopaths? No. We're down to the bottom now, are we? Thought there'd be a lot more posts in there. Anyway, we've got the humbrids under control now. But I did actually cover it in the past. And I thought I would have had it searchable. But yeah, looks like I haven't put that keyword in the description. But it's probably one of my older videos, right? I mean, well, I'll put abductions and We went for it a couple of weeks back, didn't we? Where is it? At least I think it was in that episode. Agrees and Mantis aliens. That one. Oh no. That was a good one we did. Abduction issues of proof plus implants and more. And that was quite a long show. 5 years ago. 4 hours. This one here. The facts. But yeah, it looks like we did play it, I think. Anyway, I think the Humbrids is in that one, but I should make it so it's searchable, shouldn't I? What else did we get here? Superior. Well, I've heard that the Humbrids generally wear sunglasses and hide their eyes for some reason. Maybe because they're bigger, slightly bigger, almond shape than regular humans and look a bit strange. So, but the tall whites I've seen didn't wear any sunglasses. This looked like normal people and dressed very neatly. The first one was definitely in a white suit though, with a pink top. And I think the last one had a really nice, clean dress on, but I don't think it was white. I think it was a light blue or something. And the guy, he was in shorts and a t-shirt. And he looked really like a basketball player. And he could barely fit under the door frame of the house, which is 6 foot something, isn't it? 6 foot, 6.5 foot is the door frame in houses here. But anyway, so you can see there's not much on that then. Typical door height. We want 6 foot 8 inches. 6.5 feet wasn't too far out then. What's that there? Talking about doors now. So you can get smaller ones, 6 foot 6 inches. That's probably us. I have to look it up for New Zealand, I suppose. I've actually got a laser measure. I probably could dash off and measure the door. Our doors are wider because Dad made it so elder people could live in that with wheelchairs, get through the doors easier. It was in millimeters, so we have to convert it, I suppose. Our standard front door size in New Zealand is like that. So what's that in feet? 2 meters almost. Feet, foot. No. But that's what, 6.5? It's got no decimal point there. Oh, it's got meters, that's why. Millimeters. There we go, 6.5. Yeah, I thought it was 6.5 that we had here. Anyway, I'm not going totally crazy yet. So, slightly bigger in America then. I guess this will be from America stats. Right, where do we get to? Yeah, something happened there. Did we get to the bottom? It'd be good to finish off that one. Alien implants. Alien abductions. I think we got there. I suppose I have to find some other topic next time. What do people want to talk about out there? At least you can put it in the slide. I think we'll check up in the comments. Did I miss anything here? Blue chicken was the last one I saw. No one on any of the other. No one on Pilled has said anything. Shogun net down. It was for about 5 minutes. Probably not even that long, but yeah. Should all be working again. I think Pilled might be the only one where it won't save it properly. But we'll see when we end the show today. Even that's gone wrong there. Let's reload that. YouTube has gone a bit crazy there. Okay, it says we've got 2 watching. And the last comment was Michael had to go. Okay, so yeah, so we're finished with that one. Okay, what do we have left to talk about? We had some other stuff here. What is the reason some people experience paranormal activity? I'm a sensitive. Which is a bit different than alien abductions, of course. I'm not sure why I included that one. Damn, tickle in the throat. Oh, this one here. Victim of alien impact, multiple witnesses. Might have a read of that one. Why did they include this one? Must have been a reason. I've had some very scary experiences that I wish I could have disproved, as well as some that could have just been easily disproved. Could have had a explanation other than paranormal. Okay, maybe that's probably why I included it. This story here. My husband never had any experiences until we were living together. Really freaks him out, so I never bring anything up but occasionally he will tell me something happened that bothered him. One incident had been with our bed. My daughter was sleeping in the bed with us on this night due to a bad dream. She was maybe 3. He told me he couldn't sleep, and suddenly he felt the center of the bed being pushed up from beneath. It was as if someone was under there extending their legs. He tried to ask me if I felt that when it happened, but I was asleep. Okay, creepy. Yeah, one of our co-hosts, John, from Tucson, said he was in his bed and it got lifted up one end by unseen entity and it started bouncing it up and down while he's in the bed. So that must have been a really powerful entity to do that. I said, could it be because you maybe on Indian land there in Arizona? He said, maybe. Don't mess with Indian ghosts. I said, maybe he didn't like you because you are a gay man. He said, well, maybe true as well. If you're open to it, paranormal activity attracts itself to you. Because in my opinion, they need energy to be big and someone who can be easily scared. Yeah, well, I'm not easily scared, but I've had quite a lot of strange stuff happen to me where I get touched and my leg lifted and all that sort of stuff. Yeah, my nose is blocking up now. It's because true paranormal experiences are extremely rare. I don't think so. I think paranormal is a lot more able to be experienced, certainly in hotspots, than aliens. Alright, alien visitation. I think you can go to haunted places, definitely, and maybe experience something. Whether you can get access to those places is another thing, though. Maybe you like a famous TV show and offer them lots of money, they'll let you on the site, right? I see Ghost Adventures is back on air too with home visits or whatever it's called. The second one wasn't too bad. The first one was a wee bit suspect. The guy set up a haunted house. His mother was pushed down the stairs. The second one, what was it now? I've almost forgotten about it already. Second one was a wee bit more crazy. Can't remember what it was now. It's funny that, isn't it? I only watched it a couple of days ago. But anyway, spoiler alert. But yeah, go and check it out. Episode 2 of the new season. Now this guy seems to be agreeing with him. Many people think they had a paranormal experience when in reality they simply had a explainable experience, which they just didn't bother to look for an explanation. Yeah, well, maybe he's talking about where you feel the bed wobble when it could be just like an earth tremor, right? But still, doesn't explain everything, like creaky doors and creaky floors and creaky roof. Could all be the house settling. People write it off that way. Footsteps, I don't think you can write off so easily though. If you hear footsteps on the floor above you, or you got stairs going up to the second level, and you hear people walking up and down the stairs. And it's a bit hard to debunk those ones, because I had a friend that lives up in the Port Hills, and his bedroom door looks down the stairs, and he could see something walking up the stairs, and he could hear it. But yeah, I don't think he's had any bad experiences though, apart from the earthquake. Almost shook the house off the supports. That was probably a year or two after he told that story though. I am a firm believer in paranormal as far as spirits and entities go. But you have to... I think you become a believer if you have experience. But I suppose that there are believers that believe anything, right? Anyway, close that one down. Yeah, we're going to go through the rest of those photographs, weren't we? What was that one again? Did we read out that one last time? I don't think so. And we got all these other ones with the pictures. So I actually had a play with this one here for my thumbnail, and you can notice there's a lot of other colours in this. Well, it looked almost like other colours. It looked better when I played around with a colour swap. It kind of looked more like a proper drawing rather than all black. It kind of looked like it was made up with different types of pen. So I just wonder if this was falsely coloured or not. But anyway. And there's another one. So where do we get to on this list here? Let's just keep on going. So I'm being walked to a UFO. Because we're looking at maybe reading out some of the stories here too. But we won't be able to have time today to do that. Yeah, it's a long story, that one. Okay, what's this one? 3 aliens. Looks like a modern TV there. LCD. Xbox game controller. Whereabouts is that one? What's this to be my final alien encounter? So that's the thing. Can switch off all of a sudden. So yeah, I may not, I've got all the cameras set up now. I may not experience anything new, and nothing much will happen with all the cameras that I've bought, right? But you can always do sky watching. There's always planes and stuff flying overhead. It's always good to see what's going on in the house anyway. What do we got here? Looks like a burger. Alright, Roswell crash, is it? Yep. Alright, we got to that one, didn't we? The running man next to the car. I thought we got way past that. Maybe it was there we got to. So, what's this one about? My interpretation of the green children. Alright. Yeah, I got a video on that. I did my analysis on it too. The reason why they could be green is something natural, of course. So go and check out the episode, The Green Children it's called. And I got one called The Blue People. There's another one that's opposite that. Let's zoom out a bit, I think. I'll go full screen actually. Easier to see the pictures. How far we got? 59. So I got pictures of all these people. We want alien stuff though. So what's this one here? Looks like an old English street, isn't it? What's that got to do with aliens though? Ley lines, okay. What's that? Looks like sort of Stonehenge type figures overlooking the city. Or is it graveyards, is it? Colorized. Okay. Some sort of weird painting. Drawing of an object that I witnessed. That's a strange looking thing. What's all this underneath? And lower red tentacles ejected hundreds of red orbs. So I guess it's not landed in that case, it must be up in the sky. Well, that's a really strange one, isn't it? Surrey Heath area. For my birthday at the end of May, I had been given a lovely ex-naval telescope, wooden tripod, focused upon the aerial object. In my surprise, I could clearly see that it was a domed disc of quite some size. When I observed, what I observed was grey in colour with red band around the base of the dome. Surprisingly, it also had what seemed like two protuberances sticking up from that part. I looked on, something else caught my attention. Slowly it started to let down red tentacles. From underneath, they were steadily enveloped the whole underbelly of the craft. Then the tentacles began to undulate before a magnitude of glowing globules came out from these appendages and went groundward. I observed this action for quite a while longer, then began to feel extremely tired and then had to go to bed. Shame he didn't have a video camera set up. I suppose we're talking about before, but you could have photographed it, I suppose, with a telescope back then, in 73. Well, I've never heard of any other case like that, with tentacles with things, orbs coming out of it. We've had UFOs with Angel here, and we've had Octopi UFOs, which turn out to be actually balloon octopus things that you can buy from China. Yeah, but what would it be doing sending those into the ground? Unless it's sort of collecting minerals, right? If it's shooting down those orbs into the ground, then they might be coming back out, which he's not seeing, behind those ones, back into the craft. So maybe they're looking for a deposit of something under the ground, maybe gold. Stealing the gold. Okay, on to the next one. Okay, we've got some reptilians. Ugh. A female one with an alien grey. And that one looks like a mantis, doesn't it? And what are they doing there? Stealing memories. They got an Elon Musk chip in their head. This is a design that I created a year ago of the water sprite or fairy. Okay, that's what's the one above is what we wanted. From my fragment recollections, it appears as if the reptilians work with greys. Either that or the greys are obedient to the reps, or even the other way around, insectoid-like. Yeah, but I don't understand what's going on here though. Is that another human boy, or is it like a hybrid, or what? How dare you? We didn't see that one. Even that's banned on YouTube, I think. I didn't see a thing. What's that? It's breastfeeding, even that's probably banned nowadays. So I guess the car stopped not driving along, although feet would suggest otherwise. 3 aliens. Now why would they be at the front of the car like that? That's kind of weird, because that's where the bonnet would be. If it was the side of the car, that would have made more sense. How could they even be there? It doesn't make any sense to me, that drawing. So could that be a false memory? A sketch made for abduction witness Mack. Another one with a head-mounted something or other. Light, maybe? What's this? Dot matrix? Photocopier. Might be drawers. Looks like blueprints. That's got a weird one. Marconi intrusion. Space and defense. So they're in the blueprints room. So how come that's not been brought up at Arrow? No truth in that one. L-shaped building. So security guards spots an alien. Trying to look through all the drawers for something. That looks it. And what's this one? What the hell is that? Looks like a coffin. That's a weird looking craft, that one. Okay, keep on going. Ah, looks like a Bigfoot. No, I don't know. It's got half of its head missing if that's the case. Could it be a tree stump? Yeah. Oh, weird. Enough of the green man. So maybe he's part veggie. He's not animal, he's vegetarian, and he moves. Moves like a tree. What the hell is that one? A bunch of scary looking monks with flash torch lights in their eyes. My eyes hurt. Yeah, they are actually. Might have to end in a minute. Alien in the house. There's a lot of talking on that one. So we're getting near the end though. Oh, we got an actual photograph. Looks like something staring at him. It happens to be an ectoplasmic light energy flow is clearly seen traveling from my godmother's fingertips. Right there. I saw that up there. Quite strange. Could it be electrostatic when the picture was taken? Could well be. But that's a fair distance for static to create a spark. What's that got to do with aliens? I don't know. Looks like there's something there, right? Looks like there's a ghost behind that woman. Something. It's like a double exposure, isn't it? It looks like a hat. Looks like she might move slightly, was it? Yeah, I wouldn't trust those old photos. Yeah, it looks like they've scanned it in again. I'd say she was standing there and moved. Because sometimes they hold the cap open on those older cameras for 5 seconds. They pull it off and say, hold still, don't move, don't smile, don't do anything. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, close. Okay, you can move now. Okay, what do we got here? Strange looking plane. That's because the way it's been drawn. I thought that was the tail fin. But it's actually the wings, and there's the other wing going that side. There's the tail fin on that angle there. So what type of plane would that be? F4? And he's got a UFO chasing him. Foo Fighters. Yep. Fly at your own risk. That's a long story about Foo Fighters there, I think. What's this one? BT, ET, son. What's that mean? Depicts this strange man sat in our lounge watching UFO videos with my partner Ken, shown bottom right corner, looking on. So it must be 2 separate pictures here. So that must be him in the chair here. I'm not going to worry about that story. And we'll just keep on looking. Copyright Harry Potter. Not Harry Potter. Hillary Potter. Okay. We'll finish with that one. Have we got... I suppose I could read out these last ones and wrap up for the day. Who's out there? Anybody? Don't see anybody. No. Okay. I'll just read out this and wrap up.
Alien abduction of Linda Napilotino, victim of alien implant. Multiple witnesses. Kaustubh Chaudhry. February 23, 2023. 5. The topic of alien abductions has fascinated people for decades. As per a report published in 2020 by Ipsos, it was found that there are around 45% of Americans who believe in UFOs and phenomena related to them, while there are another 25% who believe that extraterrestrials live in societies similar to ours. There are many cases of alien abduction reported around the world. Linda Napilotino. Victims have reported having been abducted by small gray aliens, and they were later subjected to experiments or mating processes on the extraterrestrial spaceships. One such case of alien abduction is that of Linda Napilotino. A young lady in her 20s named Linda Napilotino, who goes by the alias Linda Cortile, said that in November 1989, she and her husband were sleeping when she was pulled out of their bedroom window by gray humanoids. The strange thing was that her husband was still sleeping peacefully while Linda Napilotino was abducted by aliens. In order to get assistance after this horrifying incident, Linda Napilotino approached Bud Hopkins, who was an American ufologist. Hopkins also later documented the events of November 30th, 1989, in his book The True Story of the Brooklyn Bridge UFO Abductions.
Oh, that one.
Bud Hopkins. Linda Napolitano reported that on November 30th at 3:15 a.m., she awoke paralyzed to find herself in the company of 3 grayish beings with large heads that were hovering in her bedroom. She didn't bother to wake up his husband, as these alien beings asked her not to do so. She was on the 12th floor of her Manhattan apartment building when a blue beam drew her away from the window. She and the other aliens.
Can't remember. Wasn't that a lot of that debunked now? Fabrication. There was meant to be 2 agents down the street that had never been identified that witnessed it or something from some sort of diplomat that was visiting the town that night. So it's all very strange, this one. Wasn't it the one he had an affair with, Linda, his ex-wife exposed it? Remember, me and Robert went to some of this. If you can check up some of the old episodes we did together, look up this one here, the Brooklyn Bridge one, or whether it's called New York case or whatever.
Aliens were floating in midair within the beam until they reached the enormous flying saucer. I'm standing up on nothing. And they take me out all the way up, way above the building. Ooh, I hope I don't fall. The UFO opens up almost like a clam and then I'm inside. I see benches similar to regular benches. And they're bringing me down a hallway. Doors open like sliding doors. Inside are all these lights and buttons and a big long table. I don't want to get up on that table. They get me on the table anyway, and I'm inside. They start saying things to me, and I'm yelling. I can still yell. One of them says something that sounds like, knobby egg. I think they were trying to tell me to be quiet because he put his hand over my mouth. Linda Napolitano. Linda Napolitano had no knowledge of what had transpired aboard the ship, but she did remember that she had undergone some type of medical evaluation. In addition, she recalled that one of the aliens had inserted something into her nose, and the resulting agony had caused her to black out. Strangely, when she regained her consciousness, she found herself in her bedroom next to her husband, who was still in a deep sleep. Later, when she got an X-ray of her head, the doctors revealed that something odd had been implanted in her nose. Linda Napolitano's abduction was witnessed by others also, which made her claims more convincing. The other witnesses were 2 security guards named Richard and Dan. They both verified that they had seen Linda Napolitano with 3 humanoids being dragged by the UFO hovering near the apartment. One of the guards even stated that he had a nervous breakdown due to the fact that he ignored the whole incident and didn't help her. There was an oval-shaped object hovering over the top of the apartment building 2 or 3 blocks up from where we sat. We didn't know where it came from. It happened too fast. Its lights turned from bright reddish-orange to a whitish-blue coming out of the bottom. Green lights rotated round the edge of the saucer. A little girl or woman wearing a white gown sailed out of the window in a fetal position, and then stood in mid-air in this beam of light. I could see 3 of the ugliest creatures I ever saw. I don't know what they were. They weren't human. Their heads were out of proportion, very large heads with no hair. Those buggers were escorting her into the craft. My partner screamed, "We have got to get them." We tried to get out of the car but couldn't. After the woman was escorted in, the oval turned reddish-orange again and whisked off. Richard and Dan. Initially, Bud Hopkins was not much interested in the alien abduction case of Linda Napolitano, but he became intrigued when he received a letter from Richard and Dan in 1991. He started his research from there on and found out that these 2 men were the bodyguards of an important political figure, possibly the bodyguards of former UN statesman, Javier Pérez de Cuellar. Later, Walter H. Andrus, who was the founder and director of the Mutual UFO Network, believed in the story of Linda Napolitano and stated that this case is definitely an authentic case of human abductions by aliens. Andrus knew what the extraterrestrial wanted. They've been using humanity for the sake of their own evolution. Illustration of Linda's abduction. Table of contents. Rise of an alien abduction cult. Skepticism faced.
Let's have a look. Well, it's different to what I was seeing of that particular case. Normally you see a UFO opposite a high-rise, and you see her going through the window towards the UFO. Yeah, I'm not too sure on this case. I'd have to really look into that one again. There was something that wasn't quite right with it, especially with the ex-wife business. Maybe it talks about it here, so we'll just keep on reading.
Skepticism faced by Linda Napilotino. Rise of an alien abduction cult. Philip Klass, who used to be the senior editor of the magazine Aviation Week and Space Technology and is known as the Sherlock Holmes of ufology, was acquainted with Cortile's narrative and wrote about the rise of what he calls an alien abduction cult among people who are interested in UFOs in his 1988 book, UFO Abductions, A Dangerous Game. The book closely examines the various claims, which state that aliens abducted young children, collected flesh samples, impregnated young women with alien semen, and subsequently returned to steal their unborn offspring for transplant to ET females. Skepticism faced by Linda Napilotino. Klass devoted many issues of his UFO Skeptics newsletter to the Cortile case. In these issues, he talked about the problems with her story and with Hopkins' way of handling the case. Cortile, for instance, revised her account to include the abduction of her kid by aliens 2 months earlier and the subsequent crash of the spaceship that abducted her into the East River. However, such an incident was not reported by any eyewitness. The two supposed security agents, Dan and Richard, have never been discovered, according to Klass, although Hopkins apparently arranged for them to meet Cortile in her apartment. Linda Napilotino later went on to claim that she was kept in a CIA safe house after she was kidnapped by Dan from Manhattan Street. Klass also revealed that Hopkins said he had gotten a letter from the third man, who saw what happened but wouldn't come forward, and that man is a world leader. Andrus referred to it as the case of the century despite accumulating evidence contradicting Cortile's account. Even some MUFON members were suspicious. Since Napilotino's claim has been met with much suspicion, people have started referring to it as an account taken from a science fiction book that came out on March 1, 1989, called Night Eyes. But still, one must not forget that there were also 23 witnesses who observed this strange incident that night.
Really?
The abduction of Linda Napilotino remains one of the most fascinating cases in the history of alien encounters. Whether or not it is true, the story has captured the imaginations of people around the world and has become a cultural touchstone for discussions of UFOs and extraterrestrial.
Yeah, we need Arrow to investigate that one and bring a full report on it. Because there must be some connections. So if there was a diplomat from another country there would be records of that particular date and time. Especially 1989, right? Those 23 witnesses, they can't all be dead. So, maybe they are. Let's see, 90. Let's get on another 30 years. I suppose they can't all be dead. No, they'll be in their 70s, maybe 80s. Yeah, so how come none of that gets reinvestigated and disproved completely? Someone's got to have records of those guys, security guards. Okay, on to the next one.
Alien abduction in the hills, fact or fiction? April 3, 2022. an artist's depiction of Miss Cahill's alleged abduction. Picture, Museum of Lost Things. By Parker Mackenzie. One of the Hill's most persevering legends, it was even mentioned on X-Files Revival, is the 1993 abduction of Kelly Cahill, which...
Okay, I'll just get down a bit. What did I see Shogun pop up again? Oh, we got some people show up again. Internet terrible tonight, does it? My computer got sabotaged by the own software, by looks of it. I was reaching out to people on Pilled and whatnot, because there seem to be at least some people there on Rumble and Pilled. So your internet's terrible, or my internet is terrible? Because my internet seems okay from what I'm seeing. This one sounds legit. Which one? The high-rise one? Back in bed listening. Okay. The movie finished already. Paul gone on that long, has he? It's been pretty much plain sailing after the first drop. Anyway. And my eyes gradually deteriorating here, so we'll just finish up on this last story. And yeah, this episode got a bit messy today because of all the problems, but anyway.
Which took place as she drove back through the Dandenong Ranges. UFO enthusiasts were instantly drawn to the story for what they said was a unique amount of evidence, with claims of verifying testimony from witnesses and other victims of the abduction who were left with scars matching Ms. Cahill's own marked body. The story, detailed in her 1994 book Encounter, began when Ms. Cahill and her husband Andrew decided to head into the hills to meet with a family friend. Ms. Cahill, whose real name is unknown and operated under a pseudonym, claimed her first encounter with the UFO occurred just outside of Belgrave South, in a field before you enter the township. I saw a row of orange lights in the paddock, unusual lights that were produced by an object on the ground. A fluorescent mist surrounded them and they weren't natural, that was instantly obvious, she said. This object was like nothing I had ever seen before. It was a couple of 100 meters back from the road and low on the ground, and the lights were large. What I saw had a distinct circular shape, and the outside was rimmed with the lights. By the time this thing caught my attention, I had maybe 2 or 3 seconds to look at it, then it disappeared from view behind the trees as we drove on. After spending the evening with friends in the hills, Ms. Cahill said on her trip down the mountains, near Monbulk, she once again saw the strange object. I could then see that the orange lights were really windows, because they seemed to have a glassy appearance and I could make out figures standing behind portals, she said. The figures were silhouetted in a contrast of black shadow against orange light. There was something solid above the row of lights, so that the craft had structure and form, even though not all of it was visible. We were getting closer, and it was hovering at about twice the height of the trees. After driving down to near Umemmering Creek in Narwarren following the second sighting, the UFO shone a spotlight-like beam onto the road in front of the vehicle, which triggered a blackout when her husband drove through the beam. She claims she and her husband came to consciousness, driving down a different stretch of road. Weeks later, Ms. Cahill achieved a complete recollection of the abduction through hypnosis, which she said left her with scars and marks all over her body, and decided to tell the world of her experiences. After her husband stopped the car to investigate the amazing flying object, a psychic voice warned her before she was taken, marked and delivered back into her car, driving 40 kilometers per hour towards home. For UFO hunters and believers, what sets this encounter apart from the rest is the alleged number of witnesses and physical evidence of the abduction. One person claiming UFOs landed in a field and abducted her is unbelievable, but if half a dozen witnesses corroborate her story, it is harder to explain. But for all these claims of collaborating witnesses, where actually are they? Phenomena Research Australia, who allegedly conducted the research, found the witnesses and collected physical evidence at the scene of the encounter, has never made any of their evidence public. Their
Why?
claims of witnesses with matching scars with Ms. Cahill cannot be verified or proven true, and the alleged witnesses have never made their stories public, making these claims completely useless to anyone in search of the truth.
Weird.
If there is no physical evidence, what about the testimony of those who experienced the abduction? Ms. Cahill herself admits her husband, who was driving the car when the alleged encounter took place, doesn't support her version of events, and in her book even wrote he told her what happened was in her imagination. Although Andrew was with me during the encounter, I think he didn't cope with it as well as I seem to have done, she said. At first he didn't deny what he'd seen, but he claimed to have no conscious recollection of many of the events that I remembered. Ms. Cahill writes in her book the toll of the alleged abduction led to divorce, and her account of the way her husband and her speak to each other during the alleged encounter reads like poorly written X-Files fanfiction. Ms. Cahill proves herself a poor witness to her own story as she details her first extraterrestrial experience, the result of 6 weeks of near starvation, and with no one else able to verify her claims, they amount to little more than a fever dream. The events of Ms. Cahill's extraterrestrial suffer the same fate as any other alleged abduction. A lack of evidence aside from fanciful claims leads to the logical conclusion of, despite how much she believes to be the victim of an abduction, the truth is probably much more mundane and earthly bound. In the 1990s, there was money to be made on the UFO crazy circuit. Talking spots, books, and appearances at conventions made the life of an abducted individual more lucrative than being a stay-at-home housewife. Was Ms. Cahill lying about the events to escape the boring life of a housewife? Or did she have a psychotic break, given she details many cases before and after the alleged abduction where she describes having out-of-body and out-of-mind experiences? We can't say for sure, however, both of those explanations make far more sense than what she details. Her recollection of events weeks after they occurred makes the story even murkier, as hypnosis can result in false memories becoming seemingly lived experiences. Her story has lasted in the public zeitgeist for so long because of the unique nature of it being witnessed by others, according to Ms. Cahill and Phenomena Research Australia. Once scrutinized, though, neither could ever produce any collaboration or evidence. There is no surviving physical evidence of the encounter, and Ms. Cahill has returned to live in Gippsland. Really, there is no evidence the encounter ever took place, despite what believers of the story say. Unless the alleged witnesses, who were discovered when Phenomena Research Australia placed an ad in a local newspaper, creating even more doubt of their authenticity, or the researchers make their remarkably unbelievable research available to the public, Ms. Cahill's story should be banished back into myth and legend, just as easily as it was conjured into reality. Tags.
There you
Opinion.
go, guys. So, all that, there's another nothing burger. I thought we had another one here with credible witnesses, same as that high-rise one. So, yeah, being Australia, you can understand why that wouldn't be in Arrow's books, but the other one in New York, really, that should be looked into, as well as some of the other multiple witness case ones. Why is it not happening? Why is E.R.T not in front of hearings? MUFON E.R.T, as we found out. What was that? What we got here? What the hell is all this? Bing AI, was it? Something's happened to it. Have they changed it? Bing chat. Okay, let's go back there. I thought I've changed it here. Copilot. Ask me anything. Let's try it. How many abduction UFO cases had multiple witnesses? Let's see how well AI does it. What's it called? Copilot now. They renamed it. It used to be called JetGPT, didn't it? Really strange. Yeah, what did it say? Oh, okay. In 73 out of 300 reported UFO abduction cases, 2 to 7 individuals were taken at the same time. These incidents include multiple witnesses who experienced close encounters. Travis Walton, well, that one's in doubt now, so we can discount that one. San Fretta UFO incident. In this case, a total of 52 witnesses reported seeing UFOs. Not too sure on that one. Buff Ledge Abduction 1968 over Lake Champion. That's Canada. 4 UFOs allegedly abducted 2 camp counselors. Lights from the encounter were witnessed by multiple people. It's fascinating how these events involve not only single witnesses but also groups of people who shared similar experiences. So at least it was fairly honest there. Where's the rest of it? Was there more? Learn more. No. Seems like it's cut down because it's only showing us the first 3, isn't it? 2 to 7, so individuals. Although it hasn't. Oh, right, maybe it's only these 3 that's found. I don't know. So how can we find out about it? Put on that one. And where's it found it? History Channel. So what does it say here? And not all encounters are at such a distance. And in the cases where witnesses see something up close, almost all of the above explanations fall away. Stranger still are those close encounters of the third kind where aliens themselves are met face to face. Okay, an initial encounter. I wonder if we can get it to read out. There we go, this is going to be fun.
Abducted 11 times. The Zanfretta UFO Incident. By Bipin Dimri, November 22nd.
Yeah,
0. These UFOs usually turn out to be of terrestrial origin, weather balloons, or other unfamiliar airborne objects. Similarly, they often can be explained through our understanding of meteorology as naturally occurring phenomena, or in the case of recorded footage, turn out to be lens aberrations or other in-camera artifacts, if not outright hoaxes. However, not all encounters are at such a distance, and in the cases where witnesses see something up close, almost all of the above explanations fall away. Stranger still are those close encounters of the third kind, where aliens themselves are met face to face. In such cases, the only explanation usually offered is that the witness is mistaken or lying. And in the case of multiple witnesses, where a conspiracy of fabrication is required, such explanations barely hold water at all. So it was with the Zanfretta UFO incident. Perhaps Italy's strange...
Okay, so it's in Italy, so that's probably why it's not included in Arrow. Wasn't the Italy one, though, Debunked.
Strangest brush with the extraterrestrial. The initial encounter. On the moonless and frigid night of December 6, 1978, a night watchman, Pier Zanfretta, was on patrol in Torregilla village. It was something he had done many times before, but that night he had a horrifying encounter with some strange-looking creatures that would forever change his life. Zanfretta was checking a villa garden when he encountered first a strange craft and then its occupants, Bogdan/Adobe stock. As per Zanfretta's account, at around 11:30 p.m., he was checking the garden of the Casa Nostra villa in the village. When he entered the backyard of the villa, he saw an oval-shaped red object which he estimated to be around 10 meters, 33 feet, in diameter. He had been first alerted by lights coming from the garden, and thought that the strange beams could be coming from the flashlights of would-be thieves. But worse was to come. As he turned to flee, he came face to face with something. The aerial UFO incident, when aliens visited a school in Zimbabwe. Temple, spire, or alien landing pad. The mystery of Somapura Mahavihara. His supervisors recall him radioing them, but all they could hear was him screaming. Fearing something dreadful had happened to him, they kept asking if he was being attacked by some men. But all they heard in response was "Non sono uomini," they are not men. Rushing to the scene, they found Zanfretta motionless on the ground in a dead faint. Whatever he had seen, it was gone, but when the unconscious man was roused, he had an incredible story to tell. When asked, he said that he saw several figures that he described as a huge green, frightful and ugly creatures with mottled skin. The creature was around 3 meters, 9.8 feet, tall, and it had clawed feet and yellow triangular-shaped eyes. But what happened next was a blur. Despite the icy conditions, patrols scoured the area, but no sign was found of these creatures or their craft. Only one piece of physical evidence remained apparent to the searchers. When Zanfretta had been found unconscious, his clothes in the cold night were warm, as if he had been inside something. What happened next? Later, the Carabinieri, the Italian police, carried out an investigation, and they found 2 unusual marks that were 2.7 meters, 9 feet in diameter. On December 23, 1978, with the encouragement of Di Stefano, Zanfretta agreed to a hypnosis test. The session was carried out by Dr. Mauro Moretti, a professional psychotherapist. Well, when under the influence of hypnosis, Zanfretta began to remember more. The creatures had taken Zanfretta into their craft, which had a brightly lit interior. There he had been able to see them more clearly, describing mouths like iron and thorny protrusions on their skin, which was so wrinkled that they appeared to be extremely old. He said they came from another galaxy or planet called Titonia. He also added that those creatures wanted to establish communication, and they will return soon in large numbers.
Oh, God.
Searching further afield, the Carabinieri quickly discovered that Zanfretta was not the only person to have seen something strange that night. In total, they found 52 witnesses, all of whom claimed that they also had seen UFOs. One perhaps saw the UFO approach the Casa Nostra garden, saying that he saw it hovering around 7:30 p.m. on that evening, around 1,500 meters, 4,900 feet, off the ground. It happened again. For Zanfretta, the tragic and horrifying abductions did not stop there. Just 3 days after the first hypnosis session, on December 26th, he claimed to have been kidnapped again. He led investigators to where he had been abducted, where the police discovered large footprints on the ground, some 50 centimeters, 20 inches, long. The story of Utsuro Bune, a 19th-century Japanese UFO? In pics, 6 depictions of UFOs in old art. This was not the last time either. On July 30th, 1979, Zanfretta, while patrolling on his motorcycle, vanished again. His fellow guards found him after a long 2-hour search near Mount Fass, where he had gone missing. This time, a hypnotic test was carried out at Milan's International Center of Medical and Psychological Hypnosis.
Yeah, I don't know about this one, guys.
He was injected with truth serum and while under its influence claimed that a mysterious green light lifted him to an alien spaceship. Zanfretta would go on to claim he was abducted a total of 11 times. Which is a lot, Mitcha Klutwig/Adobe stock. Over the following years, Zanfretta would claim to have been abducted 11 times. While no corroborating witnesses were able to confirm any of these events apart from the first, it seemed that either Zanfretta had developed a fixation on abduction, or he was the particular target of whatever was going on. A grounded explanation. Already I'm sure some readers will be crying foul over the approach taken. Unlocking latent memories through hypnosis and using truth serum is firmly in the realm of pseudoscience, and in fact such approaches have been long associated with fabrication. Both approaches have not been proven to uncover repressed memories. What they have been scientifically proven to do is render the subject highly prone to suggestion, and when such approaches are combined with leading questions, as is often the case when those applying them are looking for information, this will result in the questioners hearing exactly what they hope to hear. Zanfretta was also something of a media sensation, and may well have been pleased with the attention he received. Given this, the most straightforward way to prolong his time in the limelight would have been to bring something new to the table. Hence the later abductions. But none of this explains what happened that first evening, and what caused a security guard to scream for help, saying that he had encountered something inhuman. Either Zanfretta spontaneously decided to make up a story that night, or he really saw something in the garden of Casa Nostra. Top image, Zanfretta's encounter with a UFO in 1978 with...
I don't think I saw any images there. Looks like it's a cut down thing, is it? Oh, it's been transcribed from the TV show. I don't know. Alright, there's an image. Let's just open that one up. Yeah, what we really want is just something to be validated on security camera, eh? So if someone says they got abducted, find it on camera. That's easier said than done. There have to be a camera that they didn't know about for that to happen, right? Where did the other one go? Where did it go? Just sort of opened it up today. Something strange here. It seems to have opened up something, hasn't it? Yeah. Where was the reply though? Into the reply. It seems to have done like a regular search here, isn't it? That's kind of weird. Okay, there we go. Buff Ledged Abduction. Let's have a look at that one. It's a wee bit more recent, 68, wasn't it? So, better than 52 anyway. UFO over Utah, was it? Or is that the one in the canoe, where they're in the canoe? Is that the one? Looks like it's done something weird here, I don't know. It looks like it scraped it from a podcast, is it? I don't know, it's kind of weird. That's not really what we wanted. So we could do a search on it, I suppose. Lovelace, 1968. Anyway, I got to get going. Yeah, 1968. Here we go. Yeah, also it's a podcast. Google Books, Encounter at Lovelace. You don't even get a chapter then. So no chapter, 3 chapters. 94. What have we got here? Looks like a movie. History, here we go. What's that one? World Cat, whatever that is. Oh. Cookies. Okay, looks like a book. The one we were looking at before, but looks like Hynek was involved by it, so is it? Yeah. A set of UFO studies. Come on, guys. There must be a simple readout about it here. Strange skies. What's that one? Spreaker, okay. Yeah. UFO over Utah. These states reported the most sightings. CIA. Another podcast. 1968. Readout. Let's have a look. So this is a Canadian one. Isn't it? Vermont. Let's see. It also says that I copy paste here of the chapters of the book. I guess if it's written by Hynek though, it should be free. I would have thought. Let's see if it can read out anyway. Has it got a readout? Yeah.
This now obscure 1968 abduction in Vermont, known as the Buff Ledge case, was noteworthy because a number of corroborating witnesses who had not compared notes beforehand all described parallel events.
Right on.
Name/date/location: Michael Lapp, 16, and Janet Cornell, 19, August 7, 1968, Buff Ledge Camp, Colchester, Vermont. Preliminary: standing on dock at 8:10 p.m., glowing, cigar-shaped object swooped down over lake, released 3 small round objects.
Vermont, is that at America? Vermont. For some reason I keep thinking it's Canada, but maybe it's not. Maybe it's just the top. Vermont. So what's it say? Get your location right, Paul. New England. Northern Eastern United States. That looks like it's the top half of America. Yeah, we need the map. Map. So this one could have been with arrow too, then in this case, if it's that good. We need to pan out to space. Okay. They're not. Oh, there we go. It's right on the edge. That's probably why I thought it was part of Canada. That's right. Below Montreal there. Nova Scotia. Isn't that where Oak Island is? You know, where the treasure hunting is? Yeah, so it's right on the border, isn't it? That's probably why I thought it was. Oh yeah, cool. We know where it is now. Carry on.
Objects. 2 streaked away, the third approached witnesses. 2 beings visible in dome. Initial activities. Beings communicated with LAP telepathically. Cornell seemed to be in trance. Witnesses abducted on board. Craft/beings, disc with dome, perimeter lights. 2 humanoids with large heads, large eyes, tight-fitting grayish clothing, seen in dome. 3 or more seen on board, roomful at one point,
Alien
greenish
Grays.
clothing, green-blue skin color, about 5 feet 1.5 meters tall.
Blue-green.
Onboard features, dim lighting, exam tables, equipment, instruments, consoles, viewing screens. Onboard activities. Lap and Cornell examined separately, each escorted by a guide. Cornell, eye exam with handheld light, skin scrapings, blood sample, bodily fluid samples, LAP, helmet-like device placed on head, monitored on viewing screen by aliens. Communication, telepathically with Lap. They allege they came from a distant planet, he would not be harmed. Told him probing of Cornell was for spawning consciousness. Termination/return. Guide touched Lap's hands and he found himself in a strange landscape, people in park-like setting, purple sky, like the Higdon case, then lost consciousness. He awoke falling through space, TV-like screens showing image of him and Cornell on dock, passed through a screen and awoke on dock next to Cornell. Aftermath, both felt fatigued, went to bed without discussing incident. Lap retained partial memory. Cornell had near total amnesia, sensing only that something had happened that she wanted to talk about with Lap. 10 years later Cornell approached UFO investigators, and Walter Webb initiated a 5-year investigation. See case summary by Walter N. Webb below. The Buff Ledge Abduction by Walter N. Webb. The Buff Ledge encounter is significant in at least 2 respects. 1. Unlike virtually all other known cases of multiple abduction, the 2 principals involved did not discuss their shared experiences afterward. So their testimony, on which there is remarkable agreement, is uncontaminated, and, 2, the 5-year investigation remains the most thoroughly probed and documented of any single UFO abduction episode in the literature, in 2000. On August 7, 1968, at Buff Ledge Camp for Girls on Lake Champlain, Colchester, Vermont, Michael Lapp, 16, a young waterfront maintenance worker, and Janet Cornell, 19, the water skiing instructor, stood alone on the end of the camp's 110 feet dock at about 8:10 p.m. Most campers and counselors were away from Buff Ledge on a 2-day break. Michael, who had more conscious recall of the UFO experience than Janet, reported that just after sunset a glowing white cigar-shaped object swooped down over the lake, released 3 small round objects, and departed. After cavorting about the sky, 2 of the satellite objects streaked away in opposite directions, and the third advanced eastward toward the witnesses. The UFO, a classic flying saucer with transparent dome and revolving rim of spectral colors and emitting a vibratory hum, halted first about 60 feet 18 meters from the dock and then moved to within 10 feet 3 meters. Through the dome Michael saw 2 entities with large heads with big oval eyes, 2 nasal openings, and small mouths. Their short bodies seemed to be clothed in tight-fitting grayish uniforms. The beings communicated with Michael telepathically, saying that they had come from a distant planet and that he would not be harmed. Meanwhile, Janet appeared to be frozen in a trance-like state. When Michael conveyed his curiosity, the disc moved directly overhead. In an effort to confirm that the object was a constructed device, he jumped up to touch the bottom surface. At the top of his jump, without making contact, a brilliant beam of light switched on. Michael reached for Janet and fell with her onto the dock. Under the light, he lost consciousness. When he became fully aware again, it was totally dark out and he could hear cars arriving and the voices of campers returning from a swim meet. The UFO still hovered overhead. From the parking lot on the hill, the scene at the dock would have been at least partially concealed by a bluff, trees, and a pavilion. Apparently attracted by the glow of the UFO, two of the swimmers, Susan Middleton and Barbara Bryant, ran down to the bluff and cried out. At this point the light from the UFO was extinguished, and Michael saw it angle upward over the lake and disappear in a matter of seconds. Both witnesses felt abnormally fatigued afterward and fell asleep in their separate quarters. While Michael retained a partial memory of the encounter, Janet's amnesia was total. Wary of traumatizing her, Michael decided against discussing the episode with her. As it turned out under later investigation, Janet wanted desperately to talk with him the day after the event but seemed at a loss to know what it was that she wanted to talk about. Camp closed a few weeks later and the two separated, not to be reunited for another 11 years. 10 years passed. Prompted by a number of events over the span of a year, Michael contacted the Center for UFO Studies, which put him in touch with me, Webb. He and I located Janet, but, with the exception of a single brief and controlled reunion at Boston's Logan Airport, I kept them apart and interviewed them separately during my 5-year inquiry. During separate hypnosis sessions held in the Boston area, Michael filled in his period of missing time on the dock with an abduction sequence, while Janet confirmed not only seeing the UFO at close range, but also undergoing an onboard experience. Both witnesses recalled being inside the UFO's dimly illuminated interior. Their alien captors were described in similar fashion: large elongated heads, enormous eyes, 2 nasal apertures, a mouth slit. 2 guides, one for each abductee, kept in constant telepathic contact with their charges throughout the experience. Michael's description of his abductors was more detailed because he apparently remained aware through much of his abduction. He said the humanoids were about 5 feet, 1.5 meters, tall and wore greenish, skin-tight clothing. Their skin color appeared greenish-blue in the dim surroundings of the UFO. Janet, on the other hand, was told to keep her eyes closed. Thus her impressions were mostly through tactile sensations.
It's evident.
Once, however, she peeked at her captors and was so upset by what she saw that she quickly shut her eyes. To her, their skin appeared white, and they all wore smock-like garments. Michael declared that as he stood next to his guide, he watched Janet's body being examined on a table. 2 figures used a handheld light to look into her eyes. The skin on her arm was scraped with a pencil-like instrument. A blood sample was taken. At one point a triangular machine descended from the ceiling and appeared to suck fluids from 2 body orifices through flexible tubes.
Nice.
When a concerned Michael asked what they were doing, his guide answered only that they were spawning consciousness, perhaps an allusion to often reported alien reproductive interests. Janet herself recalled the examiner's lifting and dropping her arm and inspecting her long hair. Once she felt a heat.
So they're sucking out fluids, whatever that means. Oh, what are you doing? We're just sucking out your energy, your consciousness. I think maybe that's maybe a false memory again. Who knows? Doesn't sound right at all, does it? Sounds wacky doodle right there.
Heat source on her body and also sensed small devices attached to her head and neck. While the 2 figures probed Janet's body, Michael observed a third entity who monitored a console under a rectangular wall panel filled with different screens. The displays seemed to be registering various elements of the exam. Janet independently confirmed this panel beyond her table, and in fact was the first to mention it.
Wow.
Through the dome of the craft, Michael saw the approaching mother craft. He remembered being led to a second table for his own exam, but passed out on the table. When he awoke, the dome overhead was covered as if the disc had entered the larger craft. Accompanied by his guide, he descended through the bottom of the smaller craft into a tube of light extending across a huge hangar-like room in the larger craft. The light beam pulled them to the opposite wall, where they were whisked upward inside to another level. After Michael entered a big domed room seemingly filled with entities and had a helmet-like device placed on his head, everyone looked up at a bubble-shaped screen beyond the captive's view. Michael had noticed it while entering the room. The entities all appeared to react favorably to whatever was being displayed. His final stop was another room where his guide touched his hands, and immediately the scene dissolved into a strange landscape. Ordinary people wandered in a daze through a park-like setting under a purple sky. A crying, frightened Janet appeared next to him. Then he seemed to fall asleep. Next he found himself falling through space toward a globe covered with TV-like screens, each of which displayed an image of him and Janet lying on the dock. Passing through one of the screens, he awoke on the dock next to Janet. A persistent search turned up the two campers who allegedly had observed the UFO's departure. Both Susan and Barbara retained vague memories of an unidentified, dark, circular object with perimeter lights racing away from the waterfront. A potential third witness, Playhouse director Elaine Thomas, recalled an unusual sighting one night during the same week as the primary encounter. A shout about lights in the sky broke up Elaine's play rehearsal.
So the witnesses are witnesses to UFOs around the time, but not actually seen them being abducted. We really wanted witnesses to the abductions happening, right?
Rehearsal. As she followed behind the running campers to reach a clearing, she detected a silvery glow emanating from some moving source in the sky hidden by trees. By the time she caught up to the others, the glow had receded across the lake and was fading from sight. If all the sightings occurred the same evening as the abduction, which could not be substantiated, one can speculate that Elaine might have observed the UFO's first departure, and Susan and Barbara, the UFO's final retreat after returning the abductees. My investigation included a check on the background and character of both abductees. In addition, each was given psychological tests, which included the psychological stress evaluator voice analysis. Both witnesses appeared to be honest and credible. Archived post. New comment.
So there you go. Not too sure about that one either. What do you think of that one? Purple sky, like the hidden case. It reminds me of a case I can't find at the moment. 2 men and a pickup truck. Okay, so that was mostly from that book. There we go, got that bloody stupid magnifier not working. Okay. Now that's it, is it? Wasn't too much people responding to that one. Yeah, I'm not too sure about the Bing AI accounts there. There's got to be something better out there than that. Now, if anyone knows any, let me know. Probably there is, but it's probably not public. I bet E.R.T is the one to get all that nice, good stuff. So when I said witnessed by multiple people, it basically took it to mean witness of the UFO that had abduction accounts linked to it, like the Travis Walton one. Let's try this. How many abductions by aliens happen in daytime? Let's see if I can work that one out. Maybe it'll give us a link to the stats we're looking for. Sort of knocked out something there. Looks like from the Wikipedia though. According to Boston Globe writer Lingo Regeneers, stories are no longer as prevalent in daytime talk shows. That's not what I asked. Psychologists have explored the phenomenon of alien abduction, suggestion that it's all false memories, fantasy, inclined to fantasy and absorption. I don't think so. Well, daytime media may not frequently cover. That's not what I asked. Totally got it wrong, Bing. How many people abducted by aliens during daylight? Maybe that will look at it different. No, coming back with the same garbage. So yeah, Wikipedia, Psychology Today, that's it. So it doesn't know. How many people in military have been taken by aliens? Try that one. They'll probably think of illegal aliens, right? Okay, what do we got coming up here? Just thinking about that one. Right into it. Got erased. Anyway, I feel my bladder is filling up quicker than this is working. John Alexander, here we go. The phenomenon of military abductions, often referred to as MILABs, intersects with world of alien abduction stories. Lee Haley in 1990 recalled an alien abduction experience. Initially, she attributed it solely to extraterrestrials. However, over time, she began to suspect military involvement through Freedom of Information, US Patent Office documents, and interviews with other abductees. Haley discovered patterns. She had endured an abduction with her sister, received a random job offer from strangers, positions near military bases. So yeah, could it be like an MK Ultra thing? Sure, some of it could be, but all of it, I don't think so. We're talking about worldwide here. So John Alexander, although not an abductee himself, is an academically respected figure. Not by a few debunkers. He served in the US Army and held key position in Operation Intelligence. Wasn't he the one doing the nukes? Wasn't he the nuke one? I'm not too sure. PhD. Or is that idiot that sort of backs up Bledsoe nonsense? Maybe that's what he's talking about here. Refutes claims of military involvement, inductions, question the lack of substantial evidence. Was he the no, he wasn't nukes, was he? But I think he might be the Bledsoe guy that sort of backs him up. One of the And I can't believe anything he says in that case. Former US Army member claims he was abducted by aliens while asleep. According to his account, he spent 3 months, 18 minutes in Earth time in his custody of extraterrestrial beings. Okay, that one's a wee bit suspect as well, isn't it? Must be something better out there. We want some solid ones. Earl Grey's probably the only one that has more interesting ones, and he won't come on anymore, which is a damn shame. So yeah, shall we carry on? What we're going to do next Friday, next Friday night? Is it worth doing open lines anymore? Maybe I should push it on to Sunday and do a Monday show. Maybe more people around tomorrow, same time. Maybe I'll do that. I'll give it another try before I give up on open lines. It's got to be better stuff out there than what we've looked at here. Yeah, I'm just going to pop off the air. Pop that one down. Okay, what do we got here? Nothing new. Okay, I'm just going to say good night all then and wrap up. And do hit a like and share if you thought some of it was interesting, even though it was a bit of a mess. Good night all. And my eyes is like looking through fog at TV screen, so if you understand how I'm annoyed and angry at my own eyes as well as the computer going wrong today, you can understand why I'm a bit stressed out with it all. Good night all, and of course the lack of people coming on. When it's really an interesting topic, really. I think it's one of the more interesting ones, the alien abductions. But I'll see you again, not tomorrow, but the next day. Hopefully there'll be more people around, and we'll be looking at eclipse UFOs and various other UFOs that come out in the recent week. I'll just push that out and close that down too. And run off the credits here. So I think Pearl is going to be munted. You won't be able to watch it once it's processed. What should I do with that one? I don't know. There's no option to replace a live that failed from another source, I don't think. Really, they need to improve their live streaming at Pilled when we have an interruption like an internet outage like we just had. For some reason, the streaming software for OBS said it was losing communication. With what though? The display monitor, or it looked like a LAN connection. But I don't know. I think it was more likely to be something to do with display drivers actually. But anyway, what I'm going to do is I'm going to update OBS and maybe look see if there's any newer video drivers as well. And hopefully it will be running smooth again on the next live show in a day or so time. And I'll gradually close down stuff here. Hopefully we get someone on voice eventually. I don't know how the other talking heads do it. Maybe you just need thousands and thousands of subs and then you get 100 people that show up. One day, but I might not be around. Waiting for that to happen. I'll carry on doing my own research, but not bring it to public news anymore, maybe. No one's interested. Very sad. Yeah, let's close down some of this. Odyssey. Field, Rumble, Twitch, and the last two. X, I don't know, did we have any people on X show up? Probably not. I'll just end it.